Jill's over there. And Mark's at late. You don't know him.
I can't.
Can you step in for a minute? This is Jill's new friend. Where are you?
Up there.
Hi, Mark. Wait. We're all here, and we're all gonna. You get to see everybody. We're gonna have interviews and everything. But right now, Greg, you remember Greg? He was at your party. Okay. We got this really great joke for you. So.
That's great.
Okay, Julie.
Wait a minute, everyone's looking.
Okay, are you still on? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Good lighting. It's a Christmas joke.
Okay, Santa's comes out of the chimney, right? Comes out of the chimney. All right. And he comes out of the fireplace, and this girl, Julie's standing there. Okay,
No! You're Julie.
Julie's got another thing. Santa, I've been waiting all year for this. And Santa says, no. Gotta go, gotta get presents for the kids I know. He said, and Julie stands, puts down one of her, and like I said, and he was like, no, gotta go, gotta get the presents for the kids I know. Finally, Julie takes off the whole necklace and stand there with nothing on. And Santa says,
Gotta stay. Can't get up. Jimmy, take this way. Which, Rick?
Good. What am I supposed to say?
Say.
Hey, Rick, come home, okay? How's that? Good.
Julie misses you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're smelling around over
Do you
there.
miss him?
Yeah, we miss you too, Rick.
Of course. I'm blinded here.
They said they missed you.
Hey, Rick, you're fat. 206 pounds, pal. Quit drinking that beer. Fat.
Say which one you are. Say goodbye.
Bye, Rick. See you next Christmas.
Hi, Rick. How you doing?
how you doing?
We already told him a dirty joke.
You what?
Hi, Rick. German women?
Happy New Year!
Hey, Rick, like the hat?
Running well. What kind of car do you want it to be? I think it was a what was it? What kind of car was it? Datsun. When you ran out of Cadillac? A Cadillac? No, I wouldn't personally. Okay, now we're going to ask Julie. I know. I bet he bought it for me for Christmas, you guys. I just thought I'll be going to Germany in August. See you, I hope. I got my passport certificate today. It was really embarrassing. They turned out pretty good.
Okay, Rick, did you know that one, who is breaking up because Pete Townsend can't write songs with Who anymore, and
The drummer for the Beach Boys died. He drowned.
he might have been intoxicated, but we're not sure. Okay, now, Julie, how are your dogs doing?
They're doing just fine. Bonnie and Clyde below.
Anything else you want to add? How are Mom and Dad?
My mom did her fine. They said hi and hope you're having a good time. And I also heard from your grandma that you're planning on staying another year, and that really upset me. But I guess I'll have to believe it.
I think you should write her about this.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I'm finding out a lot of things that I don't know that I think you should be telling me.
This camera, do you know where we got this camera from, Rick? Julie, tell me where we got this camera from.
My dad borrowed it from the school district.
Anything else you want to add?
I don't think so. How are you doing, Nina?
I'm fine, you?
Where are you going to school?
National College of Education in Evanston, Illinois.
That sounds like fun.
I'm going to special education.
So you teach the retarded kids.
Like you. Okay, good. Bye, Rick.
Bye.
Talk to you soon.
And I interviewed Jane. And Jane's going to tell us about her school. Where do you go to school, Jane?
I go to Sarah Lawrence College in Bronxville, New York.
Do you enjoy it?
Yes, I enjoy school.
What type of classes are you taking?
I'm taking Shakespeare, Masterworks of French Literature with Christmas Visits of the Old Morning Man. I'm taking botany, lots of field trips. What's my other class?
Well, you sound like you're getting very good at
History, yes.
Very good
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you think so.
And,
Paying
where...
$4,000 worth.
Oh, you're kidding. So where are you planning on going to? Where are you planning on going next year, I hear? You have a big...
Oh, yes. Hopefully I'll be in Paris. And I can visit you, yes, yay! Visit me in Paris.
Well, that'd be fun. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
You can stop and you go back to the conversation.
I go back to school January 22nd, yes, 1 month later.
Quite an expensive vacation.
Yes, an extended vacation.
Do you miss Rick too?
Yeah, I miss Rick. I wish he was still around.
Don't you think you should have told me about his new car?
Yes, you should have told her about the new Datsun, creep.
She didn't really mean that.
Yes, I did.
She did. And he now weighs 206 pounds. He looks probably as a wimp.
206 pounds.
He's been drinking his way.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
sure.
yes. All that wonderful German beer. When are you going to Germany?
Hopefully in August I'll be there.
Okay, that's good.
What have you
That's how grin stupidly at the camera.
What have you been doing over vacation?
What have I been doing over vacation? Well, I saw a movie. I saw Silkwood. Very good.
Usually Chuck.
Opened my Christmas gifts. Yes. Went shopping.
Oh my Christmas gift.
What else? This is really dull. Let's get up and do a stand-up routine. Yay!
That's fun at the party. We're drinking Sprite. Joe's parents
Yes.
not let us have any alcoholic beverages.
I'm drinking V8. Yeah.
Unlike you, honey. And,
I have a red nose because I've got a cold. You probably can't see if this is black and white, but
come on, Gary. We're going to interview you.
it shines.
Chuck, I'm really upset.
Sing a song, Julie.
Tell him that I'm upset.
Hi, Rick. She's not upset at all.
I'm upset.
Uh-uh.
Why am I upset? Why should I your beard?
Oh.
Chuck grew a
So
beard.
nice
Now he
to go.
looks like Greg again. Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
I heard about Randy that he's like really massive
Randy.
now and lifting weights and everything. And now you weigh 206. He's probably really slender and muscular, and I bet you're jealous.
With the beer belly. Nice beer belly. Well, I have a food belly, so it's not much better. A brownie belly.
Okay, Joel.
Good night. Stop. Good night. Good night, Jim.
Okay, time to go.
Oh, okay. Okay, Jill, how's your sex life?
That's a good one.
Pretty active now, isn't it?
Well, put a new waterbed.
What did you think about last night, Jane?
We were pretty wild.
Jane, you're eating.
Jane's eating.
Oil.
know that Jane and I went cross-country skiing yesterday, and she left me, like, a mile behind her.
You're out of shape. I may have fat, but I am I'm aerobically fit.
Yeah, right.
Yes, we are not drinking. It's suicide of joy. And Rice Krispies.
No drinking there.
Let's snort some goats. So, Rick, what have you and your friends been up to?
Drinking and buying treats.
Cindy wants to say hi, but she's scared of the camera.
I said hi. I was standing there in the sunlight.
Oh, thanks.
Go right up there and stand there. We'll go stand.
More funny faces.
I'm sure he's really going to enjoy this.
Okay, that's pretty Great White North. I don't know. Okay, so just open up Great White North. Yes, are you on?
Yeah.
Great White North. It's Great White North with Jill and Jane. Yes. Whoa. Hey, Jane. What are we doing today? Oh, we're going to talk about something. Let's sing a song. Yes, from Julie to Rick. Tell me that you love me while you sit on my face. Sit on my face.
He's going to love that, you guys.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm we're calling it and sleep all night. Wait, I work, I sleep all night, and I work all day. Or I and so you suspenders too. I don't know.
There, that's on the drink.
Yeah.
Should we do your cousin Dennis's joke?
What's that?
Jane here is a proctologist.
Got 30 fingernails.
Why don't you get in front of the camera for once, Cindy?
I was.
Yeah, I work with a lot of assholes.
Can you turn those the other way, Jim? Turn those around. Turn those that way. I need light, I need light. Yay! Wait, we got to sing.
Okay, go get your songbook.
Yeah.
Oh, that's upstairs. That's where I gotta go upstairs.
Okay, everybody get psyched.
What am I going to play it on down here?
Right here.
Oh, we're all gonna go sing and I'll sing them.
If you want.
I just want to find out more about war.
No enthusiasm, more enthusiasm.
Theme. If red and white check socks are part of the standard outfit, what this lady is obviously at the most is let the tournament begin.
front of our NBC cameras is the second entry in this morning's lineup of floats. It's a spectacular beauty from the Atlantic Richfield Company, titled Games of the 23rd Olympiad, Los Angeles, 1984. Symbolizing this country's participation in the coming games is a giant American bald eagle. Those wings actually spread out across 65 feet. This means that the designer had to get a special variance from the Tournament of Roses for the additional 15 feet. The maximum length for a float in the parade is normally only 50 feet. The giant banner shows the 5 interlocking rings of the Olympics and the letters USA. It's a reminder of how exciting a year 1984 is going to be here in California. Riding on the float is Frank Shorter, 1972 Olympic Marathon gold medal winner. Fantastic. Next in the line of march comes the Homewood High School Patriot Band, performing under the direction of Pat Morrow. And that's just who you're about to meet.
Good morning, David. You know, our band has performed at Disney World in Orlando, Florida, gone to New Orleans for Mardi Gras, and appeared in New York at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. But none of them is more exciting than right here on Colorado Boulevard, being part of the Tournament of Roses. And a Happy New Year to all of NBC's viewers.
For the most fitting presentation of the parade theme. And of course, the title of this float is Volunteer, and who better to sponsor it than Volunteer, the National Center for Citizen Involvement, together with the Aid Association for Lutherans. That's a beauty, too. The riders aboard are all participants in volunteer programs from various parts of the country. There you can see, centered between the large red heart and the Aid Association logo, is a rotating hexagon that displays a series of floral murals showing real volunteers in action. All those, by the way, all those murals are done with seeds, teeny tiny little ones. The detailing in the murals is extraordinary, and of course, it's all done with onion seed and all sorts of other kinds of seed, in keeping with the rules of the Rose Parade, that everything must be covered with live material. They have been working so hard on these floats for days and days, just covering them with all of these seeds, staying up 24 hours in shifts. They deserve that prize. To follow a float dedicated to the volunteer than this year's Grand Marshal, Danny Kaye himself. He's been UNICEF's ambassador at large for 3 decades and one of the world's most popular and beloved entertainers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very healthy and happy New Year to all of you. I was delighted to be named Grand Marshal this year, and I was particularly delighted because the theme is a tribute to the volunteer. And the volunteer is a very, very important part of it. I hope you will all become volunteers for the good of all of us.
give somebody a lift in the car. Now it's time to enjoy a performance by the 360 members of Hawaii's Pearl City High School Marching Band, who we saw earlier this morning. And here is their drum major, Marne Carmichael.
Good morning, Miss Purcell. Our prize-winning band performs this morning in uniforms of purple, silver, and white. Along with music, we also have a real talent for selling as well. To help pay our expenses to come here, the band sold 40,000 from all of Hawaii. We wish you the very happiest of New Years.
Family have a special warm feeling in our hearts for Danny Kaye. We want to join thousands of others now in thanking him for all the good fun, the great entertainment, and the fine drama he's brought to our lives. Now, here comes the first float of the parade, and Joan Van Ark, will you tell us about it?
I sure will, Bob, because it's none other than the little old lady from Pasadena. Coventry had its Lady Godiva. King Arthur had his Lady of the Lake, but they're nothing compared to the lady we have right now. Presented by the Huntington Sheraton Hotel. Granny's back cutting her yearly caper, and this time she's on a colorful, will you look at that, she's twirling a baton and leading her own parade. How about that?
She'll probably be the only baton twirler who doesn't drop her baton today.
Oh, she not only will do that, look at that costume she's wearing. That thing that she calls her white suit. I don't know if you noticed, she had red and white Argyle socks on. There they are now, those Argyle socks. I understand, by the way, that 3 of the nation's leading designers called to say that they had absolutely nothing to do with creating that outfit.
Susan Sullivan, here is another beauty. Will you tell us about this one, please?
I sure will, Bob. You know, we often see our official U.S. symbol, the American bald eagle, but never so large and impressive as this one, created by Atlantic Richfield Company. Specifically, it's a salute to our participation in the coming Olympic Games to be held this summer in Los Angeles, in case anyone doesn't know. To make this national symbol equal to the importance of those games, permission was granted by the Rose Parade Committee to exceed the usual limits in length. So the wingspan of this magnificent bird is a breathtaking 78 feet. And those giant wings are covered not by feathers, but thousands of petals from gladiolas, carnations, and roses. It's really something.
This float won the Theme Award, and Dennis Weaver, will you describe this one for us, please?
Oh, I certainly will, Bob. The question is, what is America's greatest natural resource? Well, according to Volunteer, the National Center for Citizen Involvement, it is our volunteers. So carrying out the theme of this 1984 Rose Parade, a salute to the volunteer, here's their tribute to the millions of people who freely give their time, talent, and energy to help others. Now, that huge floral heart at the front of the float is the symbol of the volunteers, and it is covered with solid-packed, bright red carnations. The big...
4 famous fictional volunteers are the stars of this float from the city of Burbank, California. You all recognize them there at the front near the equally famous rainbow. Of course, they're from The Wizard of Oz. There's the Scarecrow, the Cowardly Lion right there, the Tin Woodman, and of course there's Dorothy waving at us now. Each of them lacks something, so they volunteered to help each other. And there are the Munchkins underneath those trees with the Good Witch of the North. And who's lurking back there in the castle in Emerald City? Oh, boo, hiss, you can hear the crowd doing it. The Wicked Witch of the West. This whole float was created and built by Burbank volunteers. When you say unique, Bob, that means that there's nothing else in the world like it. Am I right?
Well, as far as I know, you are. Go ahead.
Okay, look at this. We can use that word unique for this amazing Alicali Shrine mule train.
You are right.
I am right. It's the only organized group of matched mounted mules in the world today. And just look at those riders' costumes. You see, they got gambler striped trousers, a western shirt, and black formal swallowtail coat. Now, that's class, and that is unique.
I think those fellows came directly from a party.
What a party.
Dennis, do you have the feeling you're looking at a close-up of a fancy Western saddle?
Oh, I sure do.
Well, you see, you're right again, because that's the basic design of this handsome float from Calgary, Canada. Calgary is the home of one of the most famous rodeos, the Calgary Stampede, so the Western saddle plays a big part in the region's heritage. You'll also notice those lovely floral sculptures of the province's official flower, the Alberta wild rose. There are also hanging gardens of yellow, brown, and gold mums, iris, red roses, and orange glad. And that was the Calgary Stampede queen, Shannon Lineweber, looking very beautiful with her court in a garden of what else? Roses. Very beautiful.
It's the CBS live coverage of the Tournament of Roses Parade, broadcast coast to coast in the United States and Canada and via satellite to Puerto Rico and Central and South America. 1984 Rose Parade is sponsored by Nabisco Brands.
Nabisco, you make a sunny side of life. Nabisco, so many pleasures you've made so nice. Your name means all the best, naturally, Nabisco.
Happy New Year. I'm Bob Barker, high up in the CBS anchor booth, bringing you this fabulous 95th Rose Parade.
Hi there, I'm Joan Van Ark, and do you know, Bob, that for the past full year, designers, builders, and decorators have been creating brand new floral floats for this fabulous parade, and we're going to see them on CBS first. Isn't that right, Dennis Weaver?
Hey, that is right, Joan. In fact, here at the starting line, we're so close to these that I could reach out and pick a bouquet for my lovely and very talented co-host, Susan Sullivan.
Oh, Dennis, thank you. It's so nice to be with you. Actually, I'm telling you, everything is so breathtaking that all you can do is just ooh and ah.
Oh, yeah, she oohs and I ahs.
We're going to be a great team. Well, there's a lot more of both coming up, so please don't go away.
Monique, how come you go after you crunch? Planters cheese balls taste divine. Better than those. Get your act together. Planters do taste better. Cheesy. Crunchy. They're Planters. Now you are following my lead.
Planters cheese balls and crunchy cheese curls. More after every crunch.
They're mine.
Oh, ice cold milk and an Oreo cookie. They forever go together with a classic combination. When a dark, delicious cookie meets an icy cold sensation like a creamy, crunchy, special taste in chocolate. Oreo keeps your milk from getting lonely. Keeps your milk from getting lonely.
Oreo and Oreo with double stuff.
Break open the mints that's sparkling fresh. Break open the mints that cools your breath. Break open the breath savers.
Cool, refreshing Breath Savers. The blue in the middle breath mint that's sparkling fresh and sugar-free.
Break open the mint that's clean and crisp. For breath that's fresh enough to kiss. Break open the breath savers. Nabisco.
Have you ever noticed how many products are constantly being improved? Well, we introduced premium saltines in 1876, and they're still every bit as good today. We brought out Lifesavers and Oreo in 1912, Baby Ruth in 1921, Royal Pudding in 1932, Planters in 1906, and Shredded Wheat in 1894. And they're all still every bit as good today. Because at Nabisco Brands, we make it right the first time.
Nabisco.
From all of us here at One Day at a Time, Happy New Year!
So you think you had a hard time, Bob, getting here to Pasadena for the Rose Parade? What
Well,
about...
I really didn't.
Didn't you?
No, we got over here pretty well.
Well, so did these fellows and gals and guys, these young musicians in the Newcastle Hunter High School Band. They've come all the way from their homes in Australia and New Zealand. That's a trip.
That's further away than Outpost
Then you had
Estate.
to, that's right, definitely. Look at their colorful tangerine tops. They got black trousers and Aussie hats, and they're playing their version of what else? The Australian March, of course.
winner of the Grand Marshal's Trophy for the most creative design. Home away from home is what these cute koalas call this special spot in the Los Angeles County Zoo. Recreated here in our Rose Parade by the Hilton Hotels. They also donated the funds to build the actual place in the zoo, now called the Koala Hilton. You'll notice these koalas are shown in their natural surroundings. They're perched in big eucalyptus trees in a colorful floral setting of acacia, protea, and banksia, plants grown in Australia. Riding on the float are more than 200 zoo volunteers, and with them is Susan Goodman, the current Mrs. America from Tennessee, which of course is the volunteer state. And I know that what many people are asking, are these animals spayed or neutered? And of course they are, you know,
well, thank
because
you,
the
Bob
Hilton
Barker,
Hotels want to help control that population.
Never heard
You haven't?
We can always hear it again.
How do you get to be president of the Tournament of Roses? Well, this year's president, Donald Judson, here with his wife, Jane, in a 1932 Duesenberg, did it the hard way. He worked as a volunteer committee member for 25 years. So it's no surprise that the theme Don picked for this year's parade is a salute to the volunteer. And I have a little information here for you hot rodders. Listen to this. Though this car was built 52 years ago, it can go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 11 seconds.
That's the way to get to the parade.
Now we have one of the most famous volunteer acts in history, recreated by the city of Arcadia, California. Sir Walter Raleigh, the fabled Seahawk, bowing low as he spreads his elaborate cape over a mud puddle so Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth could step across without soiling her royal slippers. But with a big difference. Here, the royalty is the queen of the Arcadia Tournament of Roses and her court.
This John S. Battle High School band has been the Virginia State Champion for 3 years in a row, and they are definitely qualified to play in the Rose Parade today. But how to raise enough money to bring 106 young people all the way from Virginia to California? Well, among other things, these kids sold pizzas, more than 18,000. That's a lot of pepperoni.
Yes.
You might say that the hometown heart burns for them.
I'm glad you said it.
Let's listen.
A friend in need is a friend indeed. One of our oldest proverbs in the very heart of this year's parade theme, a salute to the volunteer. Now the city of Duarte, California brings the message up to date and very close to home. That huge flowered tow truck is pretending to pull a small disabled float, obviously, from the Rose Parade. And that's a very important job, incidentally, to keep the street clear for the rest of the parade to move along. But this is an incident, Joan, that occurs very, very infrequently
What is
in
that?
the Rose Parade.
What?
That a float has to be towed off, or that there are any problems with the flow of marge. This is probably the best organized parade in the world.
Well organized, and here we have a trophy winner, the Isabella Coleman Trophy for the most whimsical entry. And if, Bob, you didn't happen to get what you wanted for Christmas, or if your present arrived late, this might be the reason right here. It's Santa Claus goofing off. Look
Boy,
at
he
him.
is.
He certainly is. According to this dazzling float by the Elks, old St. Nick is just taking a little snooze. And some of the greatest volunteers of all, Santa's helpers, the elves right there, are busy taking up the slack in his work schedule. Now, like all the floats in this Rose Parade, and I know you know this, Bob, every inch of this one must be covered by flowers or other natural materials. For instance, there, Santa's colorful socks, they're made of carnations with chrysanthemum and poinsettia petals.
Now, are those argyles?
Those aren't, I don't believe. How, I wonder, would you create that long flowing beard? I think the answer is that stems of pure white pampas imported from California fans, please excuse me, imported from Florida.
He's sawing away there. Isn't it a beautiful day?
Beautiful, beautiful day.
I
And you said it's the
understand.
warmest one we've had.
Well, so far as I can remember, this is probably as...
Chariots of Fire. Oh, man, isn't that a beauty? It was a hit, Oscar-winning movie, and now here it is, a spectacular float created by the First Interstate Bank. This one is also a tribute to the Olympic Games, those to be held, of course, this summer in Los Angeles.
In case you forgot.
Yeah. The chariot is pulled by a big, majestic Pegasus leaping up into the sky, and this brilliant creature is covered with 15,000 white carnations, plus scores of gladiolus on its wings. The fire here, a hot ball of flame, is made of rare yellow and gold Cattleya orchids, and the two charioteers are strong contenders for the 1984 Olympic team. That's Larry Myrick, one of the best long jumpers, and Kelly Recon, a cox.
The Nabisco family of fine products is proud to be a part of the 1984 Rose Parade. Pasadena is filled with roses, so why not our CBS anchor booth, too? Joan, here is a bouquet for you.
Oh, why, Bob, they're absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so very, very much.
Yes, and they're special, I understand.
Why?
Well, we have Woburn Abbey here, Golden Waves, and Privets.
Oh, how lovely.
Mhm.
Which is only the beginning, Susan, because here's a special bouquet for you,
You better
too.
have one for me, Jenny.
Thank
you.
Thank
It's lovely.
you. Thank you.
Oh.
You see, there's Royalty Red, and there's Samantha, and
You know,
there's
that brings up an interesting question. How many varieties of roses do you think there are?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that,
I knew you
because
would be.
according to Jacob Marsh, now he's the local authority on this, there are over 15,000 different varieties.
Susan, are you by any chance thinking the same thing I am? 1, 2, 3,
Yes, Joan, you gentlemen have only 14,994 to go.
Dennis, I told you we should give them champagne. I told
That's
you,
true,
Dennis.
you
Look,
should have.
there's
You're
a parade
absolutely
going
right.
on down
Okay.
here. Let's go down in here and see what
All
we
right.
have.
Usually, Bob, we have to go to court, but now here's a court coming to us, and what a beautiful one it is, too. Anne-Marie Colburn, queen of the 1984 Rose Parade with her court of 6 lovely princesses. There she is. Anne-Marie was chosen from 977 contestants for her charm, her poise, communication skills, academic achievement, and, of course, her leadership. Queen Anne-Marie is taking a college prep course at Pasadena's Mayfield High, where she's also student body president. Good for her. And she still finds time with all this to take care of a real menagerie.
Like father, like son, you might say about this Pasadena City College Band. Also like mother, like daughter. Why? Well, this fine musical group is such a veteran of the Rose Parade that several of this year's members have parents who played in the same group and marched down the same parade route. Let's listen.
For this float, Bob, we all have to turn back to our childhood with all its wonderful fairy tales. You remember The Princess and the Pea? Well, okay. This one is brought to us now by Pea Soup Anderson, of course. Who else? Now, in case you don't remember, see, this prince, to find out if his lady love was a real princess, put a tiny pea under 20 thick mattresses and feather beds, and then she had to sleep there. Well, the next morning, she got up, and she complained of having a very uncomfortable night. So the prince decided that only real royalty could be so delicate, so they got married, and of course, they lived happily ever after. She looks pretty rested to me. You know something? What if that little gal couldn't sleep just because she had a fear of heights? Is that possible? Then he didn't marry a princess after all, royalty.
Let's not tell him.
No, we'll keep it a secret.
There are three gentlemen we want to thank. They've been particularly helpful to CBS. They're members of the Tournament of Roses committee. Jack McQueen, Mike Bell, Truman Stivers. Thank you for all your help.
Some of the genial men in white, correct?
They are indeed. There are two of them marching right down there along that float.
They keep everything running smoothly, as it has been this morning. The Long Beach Mounted Police riding high on their beautiful white mane Palominos, my favorite. And you might say they're high in another way, because those fancy silver saddles are currently valued at $25,000 each. Look at that. Boy, at that rate, if I wanted to be a member, I'm afraid I'd have to ride bareback.
I'm told that the Rose Parade presents the greatest array of horse flesh in the world.
And the girls aren't bad.
Call her Madam, the current mayor of Pasadena, that is. She's Loretta Thompson Glickman, riding the Rose Parade route proudly with her two sons, Jacob and Samuel. Mayor Glickman has had an outstanding career. She's been an educator, an economist, youth director, and she's proud to say she was once a member of the New Christie Minstrels, who says show business can't open the door to politics.
Not me.
She should be proud of the weather in Pasadena today.
The Chamber of Commerce.
What's that you're saying? Ho-hum, the UCLA Bruins are back in the Rose Bowl again. Well, it sure didn't look like it early in this season. They failed to win even one of their first 4 games. Then the Bruins began to catch fire, and against Pac-10 teams ran up a fine 6-1-1 record. Now, what should we expect from them in this game this afternoon? Well, if it means anything, in regular season play, they completed 69% of their passes.
I think that means something.
Of course, Illinois passes pretty well, too.
Now,
here's the Bruin Band, and they're going to play for our CBS microphone.
Because the band has always been an important part of university life at UCLA ever since that college opened back in 1929. And you can see right here, it's a big band. There are 220 members plus 7 lovely song girls. Those girls always do a dance number with the band at halftime, probably today too.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I say the girls are going to do a dance number at halftime today. And do you notice in the back row of the trumpet section, you might be able to recognize a TV regular. If you look closely, you'll see he's Otis Medley, a principal dancer on the TV show Soul Train. He's somewhere in that group.
This float won the anniversary trophy for the best display of life in the United States. Here's the Spirit of '76 from the Union Oil Company, of course, to remind us that some of the first and most important volunteers in our history were the Minutemen. There they stand on the front of the float, those concerned citizens who were always ready to drop whatever they were doing and in 60 seconds be ready to fight for this country's freedom. With them on the float are the symbols of that freedom, the bugle and drum, the Declaration of Independence, our flag, the eagle, and our motto, E Pluribus Unum. Creating that big brass bugle was a special challenge. The solution? Thousands of chrysanthemums in various shades of bronze and gold, accented with straw flowers and clover seeds.
They look like real gold from here.
It's amazing what they can create with these flower petals.
I want one in my living room right now.
I read that the average float will have about 1 million petals on it.
1 million.
1 million petals. Isn't that a beautiful shot?
Beautiful.
We're seeing the floats on Orange Grove Boulevard. From here, they turn right and go on Colorado to Sierra Madre and then to Victory Park. And there, the floats will be on display for a couple of days, and about 250,000 people will see them there at Victory Park.
After 2 million today. This coming down the street now is a really spectacular float, Bob. Look at that. This is the International Trophy winner, the most beautiful entry from outside the territorial United States, and you can see why it won. With its traditional lion dancers and stilt walkers leading the way, we have a spectacular float from the Far East presented by Singapore Airlines and Tourist Board. Look at that. Those fiery dragons there, fore and after, rolling their heads and even spit fire, as you just saw.
Looks like a contestant I had last week.
Did they win?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, of course they would with spitfire like that. What is this far-out-looking creature in the center? It's half fish, half animal. Do you happen to know, Bob?
Give me my choices again.
Well, the first choice and the only choice is merlion.
Ah.
That's the mythical symbol of Singapore, really making a hit here today. There's also a 7-piece band playing exotic oriental music, and like the lion dancers and stilt walkers, they're all here from Singapore. Beneath those colorful characters and exotic symbols, this float also brought along another native product, over 20,000 orchids. That is one of the most colorful I've seen go by today.
The audience loves this one.
I don't blame them.
Just
The CBS coverage of the 1984 Rose Parade will continue.
It's so good to be working with you
It's
again.
great to be working with you. Remember doing Dr. Mudd? We had such a good time.
You made such a beautiful wife.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you know, but I want to tell you something. You've done this parade before, I know, and I would just like to ask if you've got any tips.
Oh, the main thing is to keep calm.
Keep calm?
Yeah,
I'm
keep
supposed
calm.
to keep calm? I mean, with this avalanche of flowers and horses and bands coming at me, I'm supposed to keep
You
calm?
just keep calm, and then when you get stuck, you say, Bob Barker, where are we?
Where
and
are we?
then, don't worry, Dennis. Bob will calmly just yell back, congratulations, you just won the microwave oven, and now you're ready to go for the match set of luggage.
all right. I'm going to take my prizes and go home.
No, you're not.
All right,
More
I'll stay
parade.
for the parade.
All right.
The next float won the judges' special trophy for the most unusual and unique entry, and it certainly is. It's the float saluting the 1984 Olympic athletes by the 7-Eleven stores that is actually a dramatic photo spectacular. It's 2 long sweeping bands. Olympic athletes are captured in action by the use of florography, and basically that's painting pictures with flower petals, if you can believe that. All in all, there are 950 square feet of precision-decorated murals. They were created by the use of every available kind of flower, plus bark, leaves, seeds, and even ground spices. So now you have something to do in your spare time. And those photo bands are gliding over specially constructed tracks that took a total of 15 weeks to build. Absolutely amazing.
And those of you at home who are beginning to get a bit hungry, better not watch this next float. It's another mouth-watering creation by the Bakery and Confectionery Workers Union called Recipe for Service. Looks more like formula for fat. That big, busy baker is whipping up a selection of gastronomical delights that would seem to contain a year's supply of calories. But if you look close, that is my diet-conscious friends, you'll see...
I'm looking.
Yeah, right. Well, you'll see that it's all a colorful collection of pink and white mums, carnations, and gladiola petals. Hey, talk about natural food. That's right down my alley.
Yes.
And now, hats off to one of our most valuable and uniquely American volunteer groups. And that, of course, is the Peace Corps.
They won the Princess Trophy.
Oh, yeah.
That small float. Oh, how
That's
wonderful.
absolutely right. Now, with this lovely float, the city of San Bernardino, California, reminds us that the Peace Corps has taken people from cities, farms, even the backwoods, off to foreign lands of enchantment like this, with exotic sights such as an elaborately decorated elephant. But the people in those lands lack food, water, and the basic needs of life, which members of the Corps work to supply. So in the spirit of the volunteer, most all the floral decorations on this float were gathered by citizens of San Bernardino from their own gardens and from their own yards. Congratulations, the Princess Trophy.
See what you can do from your own backyard?
Number what? We often see our official U.S. symbol, the American bald eagle, but never so large and impressive as this one, created by the Atlantic. Now, from Homewood, Alabama, y'all, it's the Patriot Marching Band. It's a long way from Alabama to Pasadena, so the band members came up with an idea for raising money for the trip. They hired out the band to play at private surprise birthday parties. That would be quite a surprise, wouldn't it? 177 young musicians playing Happy Birthday to you.
Dogs' tails are wagging with excitement over...
A few moments ago, we're seeing the parade on Orange Grove Boulevard, and it turns right down onto Colorado Boulevard, which is the main street of Pasadena. Around the corner on Colorado, a float has broken down. And while that float is being removed from the parade route, we're going to show you some of the winners of last year's Rose Parade. I think you'll enjoy them on tape. Here they are. The theme of the 1983 Rose Parade was Rejoice. And with this fine float, the Hilton Hotels helped us rejoice in our great American Republic. That eagle has a wingspread of 55 feet, and the flag is made of 60,000 red and white carnations on a field of blue delphiniums. Rejoice in the Lord, a special interpretation of the parade theme by the Lutheran Laymen's League, features a stylized figure of Christ with herald angels proclaiming his coming. Now, very few visitors to Long Beach, California get to see this unique sunrise as viewed from above and beneath the surface of the ocean. And there's gold in them thar fish, believe me, because their bodies are decorated with more than 50,000 roses. Count them. Mission Viejo, California, suggested here that we rejoice in the sweet days of love. And watching these beautiful swans, you can only ask yourself, how sweet can love be? Eastman Kodak brought us a brand new world as seen through the eyes of these newborn animals in an exotic African belt set. A lion cub is watched over by the king of beasts. There's a baby zebra on the float, a baby elephant, and a baby giraffe there with a mother whose neck was so tall it had to be hinged to go under low viaducts. There's the elephant. Close up on it. Last year, the Princess Award for Best Animation went, as it often does, to Cal Poly Universities. Now, you watch and enjoy these students' idea of what mice do when the cat's at play. One mouse is having a parade all. The Signs of Spring from Florist Transworld Delivery featured Beatrix Potter-style bunnies all decked out for the Easter parade. And ladies, get a load of those bonnets with oversized sculptured flowers in coral, orange, and pink. A float from American Honda always means action. And this one last year, called Fantastic Flight, featured helium-filled balloons with propellers turned by bike-riding aviation pioneers, including Dr. Paul McReady, who invented the first human-powered airplane. Kids of all ages love this stupendous carousel horse from Baskin-Robbins. The sturdy steed stands 20 feet high, 18 feet wide, 50 feet long, and as you can see, seats 15 lucky kids. There they are. Here's a floral replay of that historic battle between St. George and the Dragon from Transcontinental Occidental Live. The damsel in distress St. George is fighting to rescue is none other than Kathy Ann Poppass, the 1981 Rosie. She's saying to herself right now, "Go, George, go. Don't let that thing get me." Dr. Pepper had tongue firmly in cheek when presenting this crazy crew of volunteer firemen. The fire engine looks more like one of those toys kids get for Christmas. You see, you wind it up. Two clowns are about to fall off that ladder. And the third one's all tied up in his work. How would you like to do that for $5.50? Well, I am happy to report that the float that broke down on Colorado Boulevard has been removed. The parade is moving again, and I believe that Susan Sullivan down on the street is about to tell us about a band. Aren't you, Susan?
Yes, Robert. We've been told to pay special attention to this fine band from Montebello, California High School, that's now moving around the elephant. Now keep your eyes peeled for the sound of outstanding musicians. You see, in the past, members of this band have gone on to play in such well-known orchestras as Buddy Rich, Woody Herman, Stan Kenton, and Lawrence Welch.
In a 1, and a 2, and a 3.
They look just great gracing this elephant. Isn't live television wonderful?
Hey, it's exciting. This whole parade is exciting.
I think the band is stuck, Bob.
Well, it isn't, actually. The young people preceding the band are moving now, and there goes the band, and the parade is moving again, and they'll be moving at 2 miles per hour very shortly, which is just exactly what they want.
Thank you.
That was the voice of the pro there.
Well, now I look over here, and another float is having a problem at the corner of Orange Grove Boulevard in Colorado, which is really the toughest place to navigate with one of the large floats. So we shall see what we shall see. This might be a wonderful time for a message from one of our sponsors.
Start out in a bright new way. It's new. Shredded wheat, toasted wheat and raisins. Whole wheat and raisins grown in the sun.
From the President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
Happy New Year to all of you watching the Tournament of Roses parade. New Year's is a day for Americans to be filled with hope, enthusiasm, and high spirits, as this parade exemplifies. I believe 1984 holds great promise for our blessed land, and especially if we help each other by our voluntary efforts. New Year's is a time to make resolutions. I hope each of us this year will make a resolution to become involved in helping our fellow citizens. God bless you all in 1984.
Here's today.
Yeah.
But I got an idea. I'm going to be your campaign manager, and you can run on the platform. The price is right for everybody. How
Sounds
about that?
great. But there is a problem.
What's the problem?
What if I should win?
Oh, that's no problem at all. I think that'd be great.
You think so?
Absolutely.
You get the next refrigerator.
I want it.
Let's see what's happening with this parade now. It is moving.
Yay.
It is moving.
still.
Well,
They gave us a
no,
little
it's
false
moving,
start.
but I don't believe it's going to move far. No,
Now, we do have
yes,
it.
they
They're trying
have
to
it
fool
straightened out, and here's another float. This was winner of the Princess Trophy.
That's right.
That's right.
From
It's
San Bernardino?
From San Bernardino, and it was the one that the band was marching around.
Lands of Enchantment.
And they're getting their money's worth in the Rose Parade this
Definitely.
year on CBS, aren't they?
That elephant will never forget.
Incidentally,
Okay, Ducks Unlimited. Sounds like a British business firm, doesn't it? Or my producer Peter Dunn's office. But this one here today is an important volunteer nonprofit group devoted to preserving the natural habitat of waterfowl and the fowl themselves. You'll be interested in this, Bob, I know.
I'm listening to every word.
Okay, hang on, because the city of Montebello, California salutes them with this natural scene of several species faithfully represented. These are taking refuge in U.S. wetlands on their annual migration from Canadian breeding grounds to winter quarters in Mexico. And that is truly an amazing phenomenon.
Now, it would help to appreciate this next float if you saw last year's Rose Parade. If not, let me fill you in. That's Waffle, the dog from the International House of Pancakes, and he was on the float last year. He was the star, but just as it reached the starting line, the float caught fire. And I mean, it was really burning. If you think we've had problems this year, that was a real problem.
Was that a burned waffle?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes,
a little bit.
as a matter of fact, it was. And the float had to be abandoned. Luckily, no one was hurt.
That's good.
And now, this year, the International House of Pancakes gang, supporting poor Waffle on his road to recovery, is marching down Orange Grove Boulevard. And the way he's wagging his tail and waving to everyone, I think old Waffle feels pretty good
Looks
today.
pretty good to me.
Yeah. That's the young lady on a tricycle behind Waffle. There's Waffle. There's the back of his head up there.
His best side.
These Valley Westernettes are an unusual equestrian drill team because they're all women. And these ladies from the San Joaquin Valley have established a record to go with the best, male or female. But look,
What?
Joan,
Yes.
the legs are wrapped in pink. The legs of the horses. Now, Monty Montana would never have done that.
Not at all.
Never.
Wrapped in blue, probably.
The Valley Westernettes.
From one of the highest seats of learning, Cal Poly University's comes this lowest form of wit, a pun. Are you all ready? A night to remember, spelled K-N-I-G-H-T. And as with all Cal Poly floats, you have to watch very closely to catch all the funny details of this amazing animation. There we are. Our night to remember isn't too eager to take on that dragon blocking the way to the castle where there's a damsel in distress, even though he looks about as full of fight as Ferdinand the Bull. Look, there's the alligator. Meanwhile, see, at the back of the castle, another knight tries to scale the walls right there. Will he fall? Well, those alligators down below sure hope so. They haven't had breakfast yet. The only ones enjoying themselves are the court jester, who are safely inside the castle, and the animals gathered around to watch the fun. It's hard to believe, but this McDonald's All-American High School Band is now in its 17th year of playing very fine music, and it still is truly All-American. People are standing here. 2 musicians are picked from each state of the Union and the District of Columbia, plus 1 each from Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Each member, by the way, wears his own high school band uniform under the McDonald's cape and hat.
Winner of the tournament special trophy for exceptional merit. Here's a really spectacular version of a favorite fairy tale, The Ugly Duckling, from Baskin-Robbins. But we have the end of the story first here. That beautiful white swan grown up from the lovable, though ugly, duckling. The swan's wingspread is 30 feet, And those cute baby animals from the story are setting a Rose Parade record with 6,900 square feet of floral blossoms.
That is spectacular.
Isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
The type of floral sculpture we see here uses whole flower blossoms in graduated color and texture to create that lifelike effect. And bringing us this classic story, as they have the children all over America, are top honored National Library volunteers. CBS has a Library of Congress series and proudly salutes its reading program.
I'd say this is a winner.
It is a winner. Tournament special trophy for exceptional merit. And it's huge. I hope they can get it around that corner.
We'll have to have some more file footage if they don't.
There are 60 floats in the parade, 22 bands, 276 riders. 5.5-mile parade route.
That's what earns it the title of the granddaddy of them all?
Here's Marty Montana. He's been riding in the Rose Parade for 52 years, and he works with that lasso the full 5.5 miles. He's really good. Last year he lassoed me, and I can testify the guy is
good.
The next float won the President's Trophy, and you can see why, for the best floral presentation. It just makes you want to turn back the clock with this salute to the Tournament of Roses from a bygone year, presented by Transworld Florist Delivery. This parade takes place near the turn of the century with flower-decked, horse-drawn carriages surrounded by brilliant floral gardens. And you'd be surprised to learn that those aren't real people, Dennis. Surprise, surprise, riding in the carriages. They are absolutely amazing, like mannequins, carefully made up and dressed in a variety of flower materials and even spices. Another example of the amazing talents of designer Raul Rodriguez. Just beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous.
The translucent parasols are decorated with pastel gladiolus petals.
From the University of Illinois, where they were right here in the first Big TAC 8 Conference Rose Bowl game. Now, this present Illini team, boy, did they make a fine record in recent play this year. They won 10 games, they only lost 1. So what should we expect from them in today's matchup with ULA? A strong defense, of course, because the defensive unit is made up of mostly seniors. And keep this in mind, Susan, the Fighting Illini have made it to the Rose Bowl 4 times, and they've won all 4 games. They haven't lost yet, so they're going to be tough.
You can change that.
Yeah. Chief Illinowick, that was on the float there, is not a mascot, but wearing a real Sioux costume, he represents an Indian spirit.
I thought so. There he is.
There's the old chief.
Yeah, looks like an Indian spirit to me. How? Oh, look at all those pretty girls. Dennis, you don't have to look.
Hey, I love a parade.
Grand Master John Philip Sousa liked the University of Illinois so much that he wrote a song for them, the Illinois March. That was some years ago, but the present band carries on the fine tradition of the past. It's a big two with 297 members. That includes the band proper, the flag corps with 35 members, and 39 students from the dance team. Dance team? What are they doing with the dance team? Oh, yes. The Illini want us to know that this is not, repeat, not a military-type group. It performs show style with carefully worked-out routines. So let's listen to this.
has slowed down again for a moment, and that'll give us a chance to show you via videotape the grand finale of last year's parade. It never reached the air. It's what you might call the greatest float on Earth, with circus clowns, ringmaster, band, showgirls, wild animals, plus that hair-raising, nail-biting act, the human cannonball. There he is. There's the human cannonball. Now, he's about to crawl into the cannon. There he goes. And, of course, this was live right out on Orange Grove Boulevard last year. Now, watch the cannon. There he goes, into the net. But did you notice the smoke just didn't quite catch up with the explosion, did it? She's glad he made it. I think he is, too. As the Rose Parade continues, Nabisco joins us in wishing you a very happy New Year.
Penguins are cute little critters, about 2 feet high, right, Susan? Wrong, wrong. I mean, at least not these on this breathtaking float from Kodak called Discovery. This magnificent bird ranges up to 16 feet tall. Now, that's a fine tribute to American volunteer Antarctic explorers, especially the legendary Admiral Richard Byrd. The Admiral is represented on the float by a well-known explorer in his own right, Dr. Gerald Koyman of Scripps Institute in San Diego. It took over 5 tons of flowers to create this vivid scene from the frozen north, including 22,000 roses of various kinds.
And I'm waiting for somebody to send me any of them.
Any of those roses?
Any of the
or the
22,000.
penguins? I love the penguins myself.
Yeah, they are cute. But they don't stay so well in water as the roses do. Now, this float won the Pioneers Trophy, Best Characterization of the Romance of California, and it is called Holiday Celebration. Well, you would have heard of it if you lived in or near the city of Glendale, California, and it lasts for a whole month, by the way. Well, for those of you who haven't, here's Glendale's version of it, honoring the city's Hispanic heritage. A live mariachi band plays, of course, and in this colorful setting of the 1800s, we see Jose Verdugos and his wife Maria in the fall fiesta that bears their name. The lady playing Maria is actually the mayor of Glendale, her honor, Ginger Brenberg. Ginger Brenberg. Now, sometimes when the mail is slow, here's what you want, the Pony Express. These Pony Express riders under Marshal Paul Millett are members of a national nonprofit group that wants to establish a cross-country Pony Express trail to be enjoyed by all horseback riders. Oh, it sounds like a sore trip to me. You're a good horseman, aren't you, Dennis?
What do you say?
You're a good horseman.
Those bright Spanish gaucho-style uniforms, Susan, with the state colors of red and gold, tell you that this band is from New Mexico. It's from the Espanola Valley High School, which is way down along the Rio Grande. But that band is way up high in performance because they just won their 19th consecutive superior rating. Listen to them. They play well along the Rio Grande, don't they, Bob?
They do. On Orange Grove Boulevard, too. You know, we should mention that Chuck Horner, the splendid rider who has done the Rose Parade for so many years, became ill and couldn't be here with us.
Yes.
That's right. And he's in the hospital, and he's watching the parade right now on CBS, I hope.
Of course he is.
He better be.
He better be.
And all of us want to wish Chuck a quick recovery and a happy new year.
Love and hugs from all of us. This group of American Indians wears authentic Indian clothes and rides those beautiful Appaloosa horses, the only breed of horses originated by the Indians. You may recognize, if you look closely, Iron Eyes Cody, who was the crying Indian in that Keep America Beautiful ad that we all saw. Also with him is Alexander Long Rifle. He and Cody together are co-founders of a home for runaway children. And new to the group this year, there she is Vivian Wan, a full-blooded Papago Indian from southern Arizona. Welcome. She, by the way, is ambassador of goodwill, representing more than 1 million American Indians.
This float won the Mayor's Trophy for the best display of originality. Stravinsky's Firebird is often seen at the ballet, but this is the first time we've seen it floating in the Rose Parade, presented by Avon, and never has there been a more spectacular production. This enormous fantasy bird out of Russian folklore is feathered in dazzling colors and surrounded by oversized sculptured flowers. To give you an idea of the sheer size of that beauty, its plumes are overlaid with 20,000 orchids and bird of paradise florets. Relating it all to the ballet, the two riders are Stephanie Dabney and Donald Williams, stars of the Dance Theater of Harlem. This float is a salute to volunteers who support all fine arts. Incidentally, Dabney and Williams appeared on the television version of the Firebird that won a 1982 Peabody Award. Winner of the Mayor's Trophy.
With Avon.
The street have
Yes.
great seats, don't they?
They do. We
you know,
don't
these
have the bed
bleachers are
seats.
sold out 2 weeks in advance.
I
of
do
this
know.
parade.
I tried to get tickets. It's
Did
very
you?
tricky, yes.
Another winner of the Animation Trophy for the best display of animation. Volunteer explorers, past and present, have risked their lives beneath the surface of the sea to discover its wonders and bring its benefits to us. And here's Bank of America's tribute to them, a fascinating sculpture capturing one moment of the busy life around a coral reef. Dominating the scene are two big lionfish, fore and aft, nearly 18 feet high, and those others include wrasfish, blue tangs, zebra and clam on the float. The details of this scene are guaranteed to be authentic by experts at San Diego's SeaWorld, who are also riding on the float. Winner of the Animation Trophy for the best display of animation. Look at that sky. Everyone in the Midwest who's up to his
Eat your
knees
heart
in
out,
snow
right? Eat
is
your
going to
heart
be
out.
heading west.
Hooray, 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 don't be late for the free show. That's put on by Dr. Pepper. And by the way, that is a winner of the Humor Trophy. It's a bike riding act on a high wire, the neighborhood telephone wire, that is. And the police and linesmen, they don't seem very happy about that. You know, float builders usually like to brag that all their animation is perfectly synchronized, but as you can see, everything here is out of sync. Those clowns with the safety net, they keep trying to catch our hero, but they're always in the wrong place, it seems like. And maybe you recognize the cyclist there. You should, because it's Bob Yerkes of CBS's popular TV show, Circus of the Stars.
Got a captive audience there.
He never falls. What could be more welcome now?
He's certainly having a good time. Oh. Oh, he's terrific.
Here's one of the most expert groups of horsemen in America today, the Santa Barbara, California Sheriff's Posse. If you can take your eyes off of those brilliant and expensive silver saddles, you'll notice all the horses seem to be Palominos. Actually, they're a mixed breed, but were picked for their Palomino coloring.
Well, I didn't see the horses, but it sounds very interesting. Now, here's the next float is the winner of the Sweepstakes Trophy for the most beautiful entry, and it certainly is. You know, Dennis, we all learned about him in our history classes, and now we have him here in Curtiston, courtesy of Lowry's Food. Marco Polo, on one of his fabled expeditions to the exotic Far East in search of tea and spices. But I doubt if the Far East ever had anything as beautiful and exotic as this scene. Those two big, colorful critters flanking the graceful bridge are Chinese foo dogs, and the young lady gracing the bridge with her presence is the 1981 Rose Queen, Leslie Ann Colbert. Now, there's a young man in front. We don't see him right now, but he is, there he is, playing Marco Polo. Actually, his real side of perch for that handsome macaw. Hi. That's Raul Rodriguez, the designer that we told you about. He designs a lot of these floats. The Red Poinsettia Bridge has great tassels of red carnations and purple Denrobian orchids. The huge parasol in the center, Vanda orchid. I'm learning more about flowers than I ever thought I'd know. Most beautiful entry, and it certainly is. This is the Allen High School Canary Marching Band, 268 members strong from Allentown, Pennsylvania. This band may be new to the Rose Parade, but it's one of the oldest in the state of Pennsylvania, tracing its beginnings way back to 1923. Even you wouldn't remember that, Dennis. The city fathers are so proud of this fine musical group that they dedicated a rose bush to them in the municipal gardens. A canary yellow rose bush, I trust.
Happiness through service. The motto of the Oddfellows and Rebeccas is brought to life in this flower-laden float. With an open garden in front and a cozy gazebo in back, that fountain features a revolving florograph. Its pictures show the many volunteer services carried on by this large fraternal order. These include raising funds for eye research, youth the aged.
Essential. We all should.
The Nabisco family of fine products is proud to be a part of the 1984 Tournament of Roses Parade.
Starting line of the Rose Parade, Dennis Weaver here with my beautiful co-host, Susan Sullivan.
So charming. You know, I watch you as Admiral Mallory on Emerald Point, and I think you play the part with a great deal of authority.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Susan. And maybe that's because I spent 27 months in the Naval Air Corps.
Well, that explains it. In other words, real life helped you with real, R-E-E-L life.
Yeah, well, you know, the same is true of you.
How do you figure?
Well, because you've always been this wonderfully charming, nice girl, just right to play Maggie Gioberti on Falcon.
You know, I think sometimes if I played my cards a little differently, I could get to be mean, old, rotten, old Angela Chen.
That's what's happening.
One of the welcome sounds to greet visitors to Puerto Rico is the unique music of the cuatro. That's the instrument being played by a native musician at the front of this lovely float from Puerto Rico. Center, there's a special arch depicting the sun and its warm yellow rays. That's covered with mums, orchids, and calendulas. Those who've been to the island will recognize that garita, or Spanish sentry box, at the El Morro Fortress. And you can't miss the colorful birds perched in that lush setting. Miss Puerto Rico Carmen Batiste and Tony Diastro, who is the Carnival King, are riding on the float. Both of them from Puerto Rico, of course.
Is that from Miss Universe?
I was wondering
that very same thing?
Yes. Carmen Batiste. That would be an easy name.
For you, that would be a piece of cake.
Well, for you, too.
Oh, no, you're the winner in that department.
Aren't those names?
Incredible. Incredible.
This float won the Director's Trophy for Excellence of Craftsmanship. Let's join Rand McNally in honoring those two great American pioneers who volunteered their lives to open up and explore new territories. Lewis and Clark. Their canoes are gliding out of a rocky river passage overhung with beautiful trees. And they're surrounded by very realistic wildlife, a black bear, elk, deer, and a rugged mountain goat. This float really demonstrates the ingenuity of the designers and builders. The covering of the canoes, for instance, is a bark that looks like animal hide, and that black bear is covered with firegrass, an almost black fur-like material grown in Hawaii. The float itself is filled with blue and white iris, gypsophilia, and white orchids.
I'm curious about that bark, Bob. What
I knew you would be. It's M-A-L-E-N-L. How do you... I crossed it out on
Molecular?
Molecular?
Of course.
Oh,
It's easy.
yes.
Probably be a Miss Molecular next year.
Yeah. You take care of the Argyle socks, and I'll take care of the bark.
It's
okay?
a deal.
If you hear a lot of cheering and applause for this Newton, Illinois marching Eagles band, there's good reason. Newton is a small town of some 3,200 people, but band fever and Rose Parade fever is so strong that 800 local citizens, that's 1/4 of the town's population, came along to cheer them on. It's a great day to pull a burglary in Newton.
I think they're all here.
Now, the student body is only 620, and there are 245 members in the band. And the band leader is Carolyn Dominic, and her childhood ambition was to be a part of the Rose Parade.
Today, a dream come true.
It's being realized right now. But just think, 1/4 of the population of Newton, Illinois, came to the parade. And you know, as I look around the stands here, you see so much orange.
I not only see it, but you hear it when they went by, when the Illinois band went by. Look out.
I read that there was a greater demand for tickets from this year for the Rose Parade than ever before from the Midwestern area, from Illinois.
Absolutely.
With Illinois coming
Easy
on.
to
The
see
Fighting
why.
Illini brought its fans with them.
Be a lot of spirit and fire this afternoon.
Here in the Rose Parade.
Why did they
Now, that
change
was
that?
before my time, too. But can you imagine one of the modern coaches, if they should ask to have his players in the Rose Parade? He'd
Not
say,
a
are you
chance.
out of your
Not
mind?
a chance.
We start taping ankles at 9 o'clock in the morning.
The city of Sierra Madre, California, offers this graphic invitation to join them in thanking their search and rescue team. Using bloodhounds, helicopters, and rope climbing for the past 30 years, these hardy volunteers have saved more than 1,700 lives. That's wonderful. Now, we're all pretty familiar with the way the helicopters and the rope climbing work, but most of us don't realize what an amazing creature the bloodhound is, shown so prominently here on the front of the float. I think that was already on, wasn't it? Experts claim, by the way, Bob, that the dog's sense of smell is 1 million times stronger than a human's. Can you imagine getting a cold? There he is. There's our friend. And these bloodhounds have been known to successfully follow a trail for 40 miles.
I understand they got him from the SPCA shelter on West Jefferson in Los Angeles.
Was he spayed and neutered, do you know?
Well, I'm sure he is by now.
Now. You know, but for all the fierce looks that these dogs have, the bloodhound is really just a pussycat at heart. There's the helicopter and the rescue helicopter, yes? Do you happen to know, Bob, do Baryshnikov and Nureyev ever march in these parades?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Almost every year. I don't think they're here this year, but almost every year.
Well, since they aren't, these Andalusian stallions of Edith Evans actually are here to do a dance ballet. They are very special horses with bloodlines dating back to the 8th century when they belonged to Moorish princes. Just think, they came all the way from North Africa right here to Orange Boulevard in Pasadena.
What could be more welcome now, or any time for that matter, than a sunny day from sun-kissed growers?
We sure got one.
Yeah, we sure do. And actually, this beautiful rural scene is a floral tribute to a fine group of young volunteers, the Future Farmers of America. This is a national organization of high school agricultural students preparing for a career in farming and associated businesses. And riding on the float are Jan Eberly and Ron Weininger, the past and the current presidents of FFA. By the way, that miniature grove is made up of actual lemon, orange, and grapefruit trees. And thousands of daffodils were flown in from Holland, especially for this float. From Holland? That's a long way to fly a daffodil.
It sure is. It's a great
But
looking
they're
float. Now, hi, guys. Let's welcome a newcomer to the Rose Parade, the U.S. Postal Service. It put together this impressive display of commemorative stamps. And if you look close, you'll notice they all have the volunteerism theme, the PTA, blood donors, and many, many others. The float itself is dedicated to the thousands of postal workers across the country who regularly take part in their community service activities, and I, for one, thank you. Those two large eagles dominating the float are covered with pampas grass, yellow and gold mums, and yellow and gold marigolds. A welcome addition to the Rose Parade. The red, white, and blue panels change patterns as they rotate. There they are, rotating. Great state of Texas, it's the Round Rock High School Dragon Band. And like everything down there, this band is big, it's 180 members strong. And it's good, too. She's pretty good. Receiving first division ratings for the past 10 years. Congratulations. I love the bands.
I never could play.
I can't play either. That's probably why I like them so much.
And now, look what we have here. The most famous, albeit mythical, volunteer delivery service in the world, presented by the city of South Pasadena. That's Mr. Stork, rushing his bundle from heaven to the arms of waiting parents. And he's getting a lot of cooperation from his passenger there, isn't he, Susan?
Yes, I'd say so.
Well, the little tyke with those, he's got those big binoculars. I guess he's trying to zero in on his destination, wants to check his parents. Well, just like the Stork, the volunteers of South Pasadena want to assure us that they also deliver their bundles, a fine float like this annually, and they've been doing it for the past 64 years.
Rose Parade. I'm Joan Van Ark with Bob the Price is Right Barker. Yep.
And Joan,
what?
We all enjoy watching you as Valine Ewing on Knots Landing. We do. But I have a problem. I have trouble following all those plot lines.
Oh, Bob, it's very simple. For instance, in our last episode, got this, Kathy Geary attempted to lure Gary Ewing, my ex-husband, into an affair, but luckily Gary refused. And then my mama, Lily Mae, told Ben about my pregnancy, and at the very end of the episode, Max discovered Karen lying unconscious in the shower. Simple.
You mean Karen is still lying unconscious in the shower?
Well, actually, yes, until this Thursday night, January 5th.
She's going to be waterlogged.
Well, if that's true, while we're waiting, why don't we get back to the flower log parade?
I can follow that much easier.
All right.
Those green West Point tailcoats, flat top hats, and white gloves are the new uniforms of the Cary High School Band of Cary, North Carolina.
Hi, y'all.
This would seem to be quite a trip for those young students, but they've made longer ones, having represented North Carolina in Romania and Switzerland. Boy, those are handsome uniforms, aren't they?
And they've traveled a long distance.
They have. But I'll bet they were glad to do it.
I'm sure they were honored.
They have a long waiting list of bands that would like to march in this Rose Parade.
They have to qualify, don't they?
Yes, they have to submit a resume, and then they're considered, and the best are chosen, as you can see.
And we're hearing them. Saluting the telephone pioneers is the name of this float from AT&T Communications. Dominating its center are two larger-than-life sculptured runners, yay, making the traditional exchange of the Olympic torch. And that's very appropriate for this year's games because we're going to be thrilled by the longest torch relay in history. I don't know if you know about this, Bob, but they're going to be starting in New York City on May 8th, and the runners will carry the ever-burning flame on an 82-day journey. That's longer than the marathons I do.
Yes.
This is going to take it all through all parts of the country and will cover a total of 13,000 miles. I don't believe that. And, of course, waiting to receive the flame there at the back of the float is a replica of the peristyle that's going to be built here in Los Angeles.
Came over to Pet.
3 a.m. That's try to do 10 silly.
How many times a week?
I'm not working. I'll put it. It's every day I don't work, so that could be 3 or 4 or 5 times a day, a week.
Well, you're in great shape.
I don't know about that.
Several men down in the grandstand mentioned, as a matter of fact.
I miss it if I don't run.
The house that love built on this float from the city of Alhambra, California, represents one of the Ronald McDonald houses throughout America. These are very special homes provided for the parents of terminally ill children so families can be together during treatment sessions, and they do an extraordinary job. This Victorian-style dwelling has many colored stained glass windows, and on that lattice work canopy over it is an aerial rose garden with blossoms cascading down and around the floor. It's a lovely float. There are some float riders. Fred Hill, the former Philadelphia Eagle football player with his daughter Kim. Fred was one of the founders of these special homes. And his daughter was in a hospital, so it's nice to have them here. Now, no group of volunteers has been more important down through the history of America than the volunteer firemen, honored here by the city of St. Louis. That famous team of matched Clydesdales pulls a scene right out of the 1890s of a local fire station with the alarm ringing in the old brass steamer heading out to the blaze. And millions of unpaid smoke eaters have been doing that ever since, and God love them for it. Now, it's pretty obvious that each of those Clydesdales is pretty big, standing 6 feet high and weighing 1 ton.
And now some clever and funny animation from La Cañada, Flint Ridge, California, with its float to the rescue. And by the way, this is a trophy winner. It won the Founders Trophy. And it dramatizes a small but important crisis in nature. Busy beavers are sawing down a tree. In the trees, there's a nest with mother bird and babies, and they're now in danger of destruction. So a couple of dogs come to the rescue. Do they make it in time? Be sure and tune in the next episode of Emerald Point. I'm kidding, Susan. You see, there are no dogs on Emerald Point.
I see.
One problem for the Volunteer float was how to make a big bird's nest like that. Well, the solution? Just do it just like the birds do it. And so they did. They wove it together with sticks and straw. Nice job, too.
Extraordinary. It moves up and down. Well, there are no dogs on Falcon Crest either.
Hey, you know that.
What's that big guy saying?
Olympiad, celebrating the beauty and the athletic achievement of the Olympic Games from Transamerica Occidental. All the important symbols are there: the blazing 16-foot Olympic torch, the laurel wreath of victory, the traditional 5 rings, and the star in motion that's the official logo for this summer's games. We have some very distinguished riders, too. In front, 2 of this year's hopefuls, Willie Banks, triple jump, and Kathy Jordan, gymnastics. Standing on the 3 victory platforms, Bruce Furniss, 2 gold medals in '76 for swimming, Ann Myers, silver medal, '76 for basketball, Jessie Valdez, bronze medal, '72 for boxing. And reigning over the whole lovely scene, last year's Rose Queen, Suzanne K. Gillespie, who is now starting a career in show business. There she is.
Beautiful. Comes in the form of an ornately decorated sedan chair carried by 2 exotic camels. And you see it here first on CBS because we're right here on the starting line. In floral terms, this represents the Shrine's 21 hospitals for children in need of orthopedic or burn treatment. All children are treated free because of gifts from generous Americans coast to coast. Thank you. Along with other Shriners and grandchildren, there's Richard B. Olfing, the Imperial Potentate of North America. They do wonderful, wonderful work.
What becomes of these flowers when this parade is over. After the floats have been on display for a couple of days at Victory Park, they take them to rest homes and to hospitals where I'm sure that they're very much appreciated.
Absolutely are. I was going to see if I could put my name in on the list. Possible?
You're saving your money to put yourself in a rest home, are you?
I want some of the flowers.
You're seeing the Rose Parade first on CBS, of course, and right now you're seeing the winner of the Queen's Trophy for the most effective use of roses. We know that a float from Honda not only moves, but so does everything on it. And this year, it's a steam train of the 1880s scaled down to 1/3 size, carrying passengers across America. That's the passengers, too, 20 members of the All-American Chorus, directed by Father Coughlin. These kids travel throughout the world to show the potential for good in young people. It's a handsome little train, isn't it?
It's a handsome little set. It looks like with houses in the church.
It does. It looks like something on a movie lot.
That's what I was thinking, a handsome little set.
Those little buildings. Now that music is on the float.
Crowd loves this one. Oh boy, here we go, New York. There's that street, the Victorian street. Volunteer to protect Idaho's wildlife life is the message from this impressive float by the Farmers Insurance Group. And it features lifelike replicas of some of Idaho's natural treasures. There's elk, goats, bear, sheep, deer, antelope, and even some wild ducks. There are 100 different varieties of flowers, grasses, petals, and seeds on this particular float. Enjoying the striking scene are two of the state's foremost volunteers. That's certainly not them, but here they are, Governor John Evans and his lovely wife, Lola. They are waving to everyone. And going along for the ride also are accordionist Frank Umbro and the 1983 winner of the National Old Time Fiddlers Contest, Marvin Johnson.
Have you noticed how many animals there are on the floats this year?
And you're not talking about the people, you're just talking about the animals.
No, I'm talking about the animals.
You want a surefire formula for a first-class band, Bob?
I do.
All right, here it is. Take 310 of the best musicians in all the high schools of Los Angeles.
Got them.
Okay, you dress them up in uniforms specially designed for this Rose Parade.
Right on.
Okay, you put them under the direction of Frank Harris.
Who else?
And you have them practice together for 150 hours, and then you know what you do?
What?
You got to tell them to play.
And are they doing it?
They are.
Hunt club, marshaled by Lynn Lloyd, is different. They chase their quarry, but they never kill it. Yeah, well, the whole object is just to enjoy the sport of riding cross country, that's all. Now, the horses are thoroughbreds, and the dogs are Penn Maydale, crossbred, and English foxhounds. I like that.
I like it, too. They're very well behaved.
Yeah, they just chase it, but they don't kill it.
But they're well behaved in this race. I mean, this race.
You're not
This
talking about the
parade.
foxes.
No, I'm talking about the dogs. They do have sweepers here who come and sweep up after the horses. Have you noticed them? They run out in case people wondered.
The only thing is the fox doesn't know that, you see. It doesn't know that they're not going to kill it.
I get it.
Something different now under the Pasadena sun, a parade within a parade from Western Airlines. The musicians leading the march are miniatures, of course they are. And so are the floats. One is representing New York, New York, with a scaled-down Statue of Liberty on it. And the other, as you can tell from that spectacular serape, means Mexico. You can't possibly have a well-run parade without one of the Tournament of Roses' genial men in white who keeps everything under control. They've been helping us all along the route here. Jack McQueen is one such gentleman.
Very best wishes for a happy new year to your family from the Nabisco family of fine...
It always comes up, Susan, and I've wondered about it myself. Has it ever rained on a Rose Parade?
Has it ever rained on the Rose Parade? Well, we're going to go right here to the official program and see if it has ever rained on the Rose. It has rained on the Rose Parade. 50 years ago, once it rained on the Rose Parade.
I like this. The theme of the parade that year was Tales of the Seven Seas.
How appropriate. And the Grand Marshal was another Navy Admiral William Sims.
Right. Oh, I'll bet they really floated down Orange Grove Boulevard.
I knew you were going to say that. Let's go back and see what's floating a half century later down
I'll do it.
Orange Grove Boulevard.
Every spring, Susan, is a magic time of year, but I doubt if we've ever seen magic like this during any season, brought to us by Mission Viejo, California. Here they've recreated the fantasies of childhood and fairy tales in a breathtaking garden. It's dominated by 5 lovely wood sprites with translucent wings that are made of pink and white glad petals, accentuated with orchid petals and blue iris. Those sprites, you can see, they're real girls, of course. They are 5 homecoming queens from Mission Viejo's high school. smoothly those girls seem to melt into those large, delicate wings. Boy, those are large wings. The lovely young lady in the front, by the way, is Sherry Ann Moscow, the current Miss California from the Miss America pageant.
Do they still have the Miss America pageant?
I think once in a while, yeah, but most people don't tune in, from what I understand.
I understand they're watching the Miss USA and Miss Universe pageants on CBS.
Yeah. That's what I've always heard, anyway.
At least that's what you hear from us.
I'd even hear it other than us.
The parade has slowed down here again for a moment, but it is moving. They're moving around the corner, and in just moments, this float will be moving along, and we'll describe what's coming up next.
Meanwhile, we can just drink in the springtime and magic.
It is estimated that 150 million people are seeing the parade on television around the world.
Around the world, I know.
Right over here is the Samoa booth, and there are others around the parade route that are doing it live. And, of course, our telecast is seen live in Canada and in other countries by satellite.
South America, I believe, too. From Santa Ana, California, this Mater Dei High School band is making its first appearance at the Rose Parade this year. And if they look especially proud out there, there's a very good reason. They won a fine second place in the 1984 Los Angeles Olympic Band Competition. Even have competitions for bands.
Oh, they do. Some of these bands have records of win after win. I've forgotten now, unfortunately, which band it is, but it's undefeated in competition. Let's hear how this band sounds.
Carpooling has now become an established way of life for many Americans. But I'll bet you've never met a group like this before, presented by Rotary International. Old Dad the Turtle has volunteered to get the neighborhood gang off to school. And what a gang it is. There's a mouse, a bunny, a little league team of frogs, and a chip off the old shell, his son.
Well, friends, that winds up our 95th Rose Parade. Joan, it was great fun, and I'm going to try to follow and understand your career on Knots Landing.
I certainly hope you will, Bob. And when will you be doing your Fun and Games stage show? Because I'd like to win some of those big, wonderful prizes.
I'm glad you asked. I'm going to be in San Antonio and New Orleans. You come on down, and I'll give you a yacht for Knots Landing.
I'd love it, y'all.
Hey, Susan, we've really been a great team together.
Yeah,
really.
I think so.
You know what I would like? Would you come over to Emerald Point sometime for a guest shot?
Oh, Dennis, I'd love to, but when it comes to the Navy, to me, a rear admiral is the guy who's in charge of the back of the battleship, so I don't know.
Well, isn't he? Isn't he?
What can I say?
Happy New Year, Dennis. Happy New Year, Susan, Joan.
Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And become a volunteer.
Here comes Illinois out of the huddle very quickly now. It's Perry Moss. Perry Moss shovels it over to Buddy Young. Young's in and over. He scores.
Buddy Young's day captured in Bill Stern's call. In 1969, it was Kurt Gowdy and O.J.
Soggy pitching to Simpson. 25, 30. Look out. He runs 109.4. They won't get him. He's being convoyed in. 80 yards for O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson, one of the many brilliant collegiate stars to rock the 100,000-plus in the Arroyo. 7 years later, the cheers were for UCLA's Shara Henry and Wendell Tyler.
Off to Tyler, 45, 40. Tyler's outside. He's at the 20. He's cutting back. He's in there.
Reverberating since 1902, the Rose Bowl, signaling the climax of a football season and the celebration of a new sports year. It awakens again today for Illinois and UCLA. ABC Sports presents the 1984 Rose Bowl Preview. Brought to you by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound. By Federal Express. Why fool around with anyone else? And by AFTA. Aftershave Skin Conditioner by Menon. California, 103,000 fans to see UCLA of the Pac-10 against the Big Ten champion, Illinois. Hello, everyone. A belated Happy New Year. Welcome to the granddaddy of them all. As we have told you during the Fiesta Bowl, and our congratulations to the Ohio State Buckeyes, UCLA with some problems. Food poisoning hitting the Bruin camp. Terry Donahue noting just prior to kickoff that he'll be without his regular punter, Kevin Bunifay, and his starting defensive end, David Randall. They are out of the game and will be replaced by Steve Bono. Bono has done some kicking during the course of the year. He's the backup quarterback. He'll do the punting chores. The other two men are not even in uniform, and a freshman, Frank Batchkoff, will start at defensive end. And we'll continue our Rose Bowl preview with Bob. Ready to roar, Illinois and UCLA here in Pasadena, 84 degrees. This is the warmest day ever recorded on January 2nd in history in Southern California. No wind. It's a magnificent setting for this 70th edition of the Rose Bowl. Illinois starts from its 20-yard line. Jack Trudeau to Lawrence Thomas Rooks of St. Louis, Missouri, and Rooks a couple of yards, the leading rusher for the Illini this year with 842 yards. Before you down for the in their deep blue jerseys, orange pants, UCLA in the white jerseys, gold helmets, and blue trim. Trudeau, a sophomore from Livermore, California, following the tradition set by Dave Wilson and Tony Eason, two great quarterbacks. Dwight Beverly, the All-Big Ten halfback, has an Illinois first down at the 32-yard line. Chris Block and Don Rogers made the tackle. 10 yards on the play. First down, a 10-yard pickup. Illinois with Jack Trudeau at quarterback. His running backs, Beverly, all Big Ten, as we said, and Rooks, the leading rusher. Split end, David Williams. He caught 59. Benson on the other side. Brewster also with 59 catches, the tight end. First down play. Going long to Williams. Rogers intercepts for UCLA. The third play of the game, the All-American comes through.
You feel it already, Dick. Williams getting downfield, but you've got to neutralize those great defensive backs. All-American Don Rogers goes up and takes it away from Williams. And UCLA has the first big turnover. Turnovers, always a big story in a game like this, Dick, as well as the kicking game. But you saw the turnover here early. UCLA's got a chance to take the football now.
They have it at the 32-yard line. Rick Neuheisel, the quarterback. The running backs are Kevin Nelson and Brian Wiley. Two tight ends. And Neuheisel comes out throwing. And hits his tight end, Paul Bergman, and a first down at the Bruin 45. Bergman, who caught 40 passes this year. He's the leading tight end receiver in UCLA history.
Number 94, Paul Bergman, is the money man. He's the man they go to when they want the sure yardage. Little quick run to the outside, breaks away from number 23, Vince Osby, and pulls down his first reception. You've got to believe a lot of emotion pumping on the field out there right now. They get the first couple of hits. They've got to be excited about being able to settle down now and get things in gear.
Sherrard and Young, the two wide receivers, are to the left. From the 45-yard line, Neuheisel again. As a man, complete to Wiley. He's tackled at the Illinois 44, near a first down. Osby made the play, but Wiley out of the backfield. He's rarely used by Neuheisel. There's a wrinkle for the Illini to consider.
With quite a bit of time to prepare for this game, you put in some new wrinkles. This one's going to end up almost in your lap as you're watching from home. A toss over the top. Real finesse on that throw by Neuheisel, and a juggling act by Wiley as he pulled it in on the sideline.
Derek Tonello, freshman 23, replaces Wiley. A first down for UCLA. And flags are down. They haven't had a chance to really set up the strength of this Illinois defense, and we want to do it right now because in the middle, the two tackles, Don Thorpe, 96, Mark Butkus, 53, a famous name, Butkus,
His uncle, of course, the Hall of Famer Dick Butkus, but Don Thorpe, his mate at tackle, was voted the most valuable player in the Big Ten. Tough to win that honor as a defensive tackle.
Certainly is, Dick. And the depth of this defense is right down the middle. The strength is right down the middle.
5 yards, still first down.
A chance to, that's Mike Johnson, number 85, leaping across, and it's a little soggy down there in a few places. Couldn't get back in time. They marched off 5 yards for offside.
UCLA trying to capitalize on Don Rogers' interception on the opening series. Nelson's first carry. Kevin Nelson to the 35. And he bowls his way to the 25-yard line. The kid brother of the Minnesota Vikings, Darren Nelson. Kevin Nelson, all Pac-10.
Terry Donahue talks about the emergence of Nelson as the important part of the establishing of the running game for this team. You see him run right out of the grasp of number 23, Vince Osby. Tremendously quick and explosive. Gets a big play for UCLA right off the bat.
Well, the Bruins have come out. A 14-yard pass to Bergman, a 10-yard pass to Wiley, and a 14-yard run by Nelson. And a first down outside the Illini 25. Bergman, the intended target, he would have been out of bounds had he caught the ball, and it was well defended by the Illini's number 27, David Edwards. UCLA with Neuheisel, a walk-on freshman, and now a star with Wiley and Nelson, the running backs. The receivers, Sherrard, he had 44 catches to lead the club. Young, he's a junior. And Bergman, the veteran tight end, he had a big Rose Bowl game last year. The offensive line, Mannon, Barron, Gordon, McCullough, and Love, and those two guards are going to have their hands full, Mannon and McCullough, with those giant defensive tackles.
Handle those big defensive tackles, Dick.
Second down and 10. Nelson tripped up in the backfield by Thorpe, 96. So the All-American, who led the team in tackles for a loss and in sacks, makes his first big play.
The mark of this defense is pressure. They try and put as much pressure on you as they can, and one of their real pressure points is there, 96. You see him raising his hand in celebration.
Mike Johnson, defensive end, Thorpe, and Butkus are the tackles, and Darrell Thompson completes a 4-3 set. It's an unusual defense. You don't see many college teams using the old pro 4-3 set, but the Illini mighty successful with it. Of course, Mike White, their coach, comes out of some pro coaching experience. On a blitz, Neuheisel gets it away, and Andrews can't find the handle. Danny Andrews had a touchdown if he could have juggled that one into his grasp. But it was Darrell Thompson pressuring Neuheisel that perhaps forced the errant throw. John Lee will come in to try a field goal as you look at the linebackers for Illinois. Osby, Weingrad, and Bias. Haynes will also see duty. The defensive backs, Heaven and Taylor at the corners, Edwards and Swope at safety. Lee, a 43-yard attempt, Neuheisel to hold. Lee, a very successful placement kicker. But not this time. It's blocked. Comes down to the Illinois 4. That's Swope with it. To the 10. And tackled at the 15. He fumbles, and UCLA recovers. Steve Jemza, the offensive tackle, number 74.
Well, Dick, it didn't take long to see both exciting plays on the kicking game and turnovers. Blitzing from the outside is Sewell. Luke Sewell got a hand on that football, knocked it away, but then the worst possible thing happened. It looked like Swope was going to have a chance to get it back upfield a little bit, but he ended up dropping the football.
Here's Swope. As that ball twisted down, that was a break for UCLA that it went that far downfield. And then Swope hit from behind. It was Howell, 97, Harper Howell, who forced the fumble, and Jemza recovered. So the Bruins wind up with a first down at the Illini 14. Frank Cephas running through a tackle to the 6-yard line. Number 4, Keith Taylor, dragged him down. He's just a freshman, the only freshman starter on either club, although the Bruins forced to use a freshman today, Batchkoff, because of the food poisoning suffered by Randall.
They love to get Cephas down in this short yardage, too. He has 5 touchdowns on the year. He is a powerful runner. UCLA alternating their tailbacks, keeping them fresh. Nelson is in there now.
They'll use Nelson, Cephas, and Andrews. call that the zoom tight end. Howell. Nelson looking for the end zone. And denied, but he gets inside the 5 for what appears to be a first down.
Number 4, Keith Taylor. Just a big, big play over there. One-on-one. If you don't make that tackle, it's a UCLA touchdown. As it is, it'll be very short yardage. 2 good, strong running plays from UCLA.
Wiley goes out, and Derek Tennell.
What a freshman.
Isn't he a freshman from West Covina, California? 225 pounds, is in at fullback. It's 3rd and inches for UCLA.
This is where you find out about a great defense, Dick.
They're going to go wide again. Nelson the other way, behind Nell. And it appears he has the first down at the 3-yard line. A swarming defense led by middle backer Mike Weingrad, a senior from Columbus, Ohio.
We mentioned the strength of this defense is right up the middle. The 2 tackles, Weingart, and the 2 safeties. UCLA trying to get around the strength and attack at the outside, but they're getting good pressure out there. Archie Carter, 84, out there, along with Weingrad. Excellent play.
Thorpe comes out. 93, Steve Nelson replaces the All-American. And we don't know what that's on him. An attack. 46. Played in last year's Rose Bowl game. Rushed for 46 yards. Again, Howell in motion. Fake. Throw wide open is Bergman for a touchdown. Neuheisel to the senior tight end Bergman.
Watch the fake here, leaping over the top. Cephas just froze the linebackers, and Paul Bergman again proves why he is the money back, the money receiver for the UCLA Bruins.
He in high school in Granada Hills in San Fernando Valley, his high school quarterback was none other than John Elway. He likes Neuheisel just as well, thank you. 6-0, try for point by Lee. And UCLA, on an unusual block, field goal, fumble, converts it into 7.
All of the emotion of this Rose Bowl and the early going will show here in a celebration of Paul Bergman.
And UCLA on the board first. Potter will kick off after a short drive after the fumble recovery on the block field goal attempt. 3-yard pass to Bergman from Neuheisel. Potter to kick. Dwayne Pugh, number 18, the deep man for Illinois. Potter, a tremendous leg strength. Very few of his kickoffs have been returned this year. In fact, only 9 of 56. No one's going to do anything with that one. That's completely out of the end zone. About 74 yards in the air.
Dick, UCLA does something very interesting. They put a man back, and we'll watch him on one of the later kickoffs as he rushes up. But let's get to the lineups right now.
Jack Trudeau, the sophomore from the Bay Area. His offensive line, Schulte, Miller, Stowe, Babiar. He was an all Big Ten performer, and so is Chiriga, sophomore from Wheaton, Illinois. They really like him at right tackle. First down, the Illini. Undefeated in Big Ten play. First time a club has gone through the complete round robin. 9-0. They beat everyone in the league. Trudeau, he loves to throw. Good poise, wide open. Complete to the tight end, Tim Brewster. We have 2 excellent collegiate senior tight ends in Brewster of Illinois and Bergman of UCLA.
Now, we talked about Bergman being a money back. Tim Brewster is the same kind of receiver for this Illinois team. Watch him right there as he takes a short pass, makes it good for the first down. Trudeau has a special relationship with a receiver like that. He knows he'll get everything he can after he catches the football as well. And good hands.
First down, 10 yards plus on the play. Oh, a sack is 95 for UCLA. Mark Whalen shoots through and records the first sack of the game. And he's in the ball game because of the illness of David Randall.
Whalen in. I bet he was pumped when they finally said, hey, you're going to start. You're going to go in there and play. He blitzed in from the outside and made a tremendous play.
Well, they must have decided, Terry Donohue's staff, that rather than going with the freshman Batchkoff, they'd go with the sophomore Whalen.
They said they were oscillating. They were thinking Batchkoff initially, but Whalen was...
Second on 17. Screen. Good block. 30. And out to the 35-yard line goes fullback Thomas Rooks. 12 yards on the play. Delacono and Gasser made the tackle for UCLA. The Bruin defense reads this way. They use a 3-man defensive front. And because of the illness to starter David Randall, he's out, and Whalen's in for him. Block the nose guard, and Chapin completes the front 3. They're not very big by Big Ten and Pac-10 standards. Delacono, Taylor, Knowles, he's had a bad knee, and West, that's the key to the defense for UCLA today, Merlin. I want you to develop that. Oh, right in the arms of number 87, Randy Grant. And a good read by Trudeau. Sanchez, the left corner, was blitzing, so that area was wide open.
One of the things that Trudeau does best is to read the defenses and to call audibles. He did a good job on that play.
But on the drop by Grant, Illinois will have to give up the football. Chris Sigourney, senior from Elgin, Illinois, averaging just over 40 yards a punt. Lupe Sanchez is back for UCLA at the 25. Left-footed kicker. It's a good one. Sanchez at the 25. And surrounded, covered well by 4 Illini tacklers at the 22-yard line. Timeout. 8 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Rose Bowl. Illinois from the Big Ten. 10-1. 10 consecutive wins against UCLA. They staggered out of the gate against a tough schedule. 0-3-1. Then rallied. Won 6 of their last 7 to earn a chance in the first quarter. Neuheisel on Rod. And he's out across the 30 to the 33-yard line. Mike Sherrard, he needs now only 2 more catches to set a UCLA single-season record. Cormac Carney had 46 catches last year.
We'll take a quick look at the defense now. You see the 4-man front. Now, these 2 linebackers very often will move up into the line, and you'll find them in these positions, and they'll go in and out. They'll either rush the quarterback from there, blitz to the inside, or drop back into coverage.
Might know that Don Thorpe is okay, Merlin.
He's in there now. Yes, he is.
Nelson on first down, and he runs into some heavy traffic. It's Thorpe 96, Butkus 53. They allowed an average to the opponents of 2.4 yards a rush. You don't win many games that way.
You don't. They were second in the nation with their rushing defense. And Max McCartney, who calls their defenses for them, talked about their philosophy. He said, we want to put every bit of pressure we can on the quarterback, emotionally as well as physically. Make him read the defenses, make him make the calls.
Second down and 9. Michael Young, he has his first catch. Junior from Visalia. An all-academic performer and an outstanding baseball player, an outfielder on the Bruin baseball team. 12 yards on the play. Mo Bias made the tackle.
Here are the 2 linebackers we talked about. Now watch them drop right at the ball is being snapped. They drop back into coverage. It doesn't do them any good, however. Mike Young, right at the top of your screen, right there, sliding in behind the linebackers. Boy, Neuheisel doing a great job of mixing with his receivers and the running plays.
The first down, and a good hole for Danny Andrews, junior from Carson, California.
We shouldn't give Neuheisel all the credit. He's not calling the plays. They're coming from the sideline from Terry Donahue and Homer Smith, who's the resident offensive genius. But he's the man who's executing out there. And so far, the pressure that Illinois hoped to put on him has not damaged UCLA's offensive thrust.
Well, the Illini were hoping they'd take advantage of the one weakness Neuheisel has, and that is his lack of mobility. But he's been protected well, been able to search out the open target. Nelson cutting back inside to the 45-yard line. And again, the defense so tough inside. Clinton Hayes, Daryl Thompson filling the hole. You see Thorpe again as they unpile the big number 96 from Arlington Heights, Illinois.
One of the other things that Illinois will do defensively, they stack the wide side of the field. They really invite you to run back into the short side of the field. And they said if UCLA can run the strong side, the wide side against us, we are really in trouble. You saw them try it there. They didn't go anywhere.
Third down and 3 for Neuheisel, a native of Tempe, Arizona, home of the Fiesta Bowl. He's got a man open, but can't find him. Carl Burrell had a couple of steps on the cornerback heaven, but under pressure, Neuheisel couldn't quite get it around big Darrell Thompson, number 99.
And that's exactly what Illinois had hoped. A lot of he had no one to receive.
It did do some punting during the. You see, Gary Donahue, the threat passer, roots that one well. That's going into the end zone. So for the third time on 3 different possessions, the Fighting Illini of Illinois will begin play from their own 20-yard line after a touchback. Timeout. 5 minutes, 16 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Both these teams like to pass the ball, and they have perfect weather for that. Trudeau trailing 7-0. And he'll throw on first down, looking for Williams. And for the second time in this first quarter, Trudeau's receivers fail him. Grant dropped an easy catch, and David Williams, the sophomore from here in Los Angeles, California, one of many Southern Californians, and many that Mike White recruited right out of Pasadena City College, so they're familiar with these surroundings. Williams, a native, unable to come up with that one.
I've got to believe that's emotion. He's just too pumped. He's got to settle down.
Beverly cutting back inside to the 25-yard line. Submarining low to make the tackle was Tommy Taylor from Chattanooga, Tennessee, number 42.
Tim Brewster, fine tight end, catching the football. Not afraid to stick his nose in there and block as well. Right there, diving down, knocking Batchkoff's legs out from underneath him to spring Beverly loose into the secondary. Beverly's had some big days. They're hoping he'll have one today.
3rd and 5. Open and complete. 40 with a flag down to the 45-yard line. Goes Tim Brewster, the tight end. Now we'll check the penalty back at the 19-yard line. 18-yard play if it counts.
Looks like a holding penalty. In fact, the UCLA players waving in it back already. A chance to look at it from the inside. 81 Tim Brewster, you just saw him blocking. Now you see him catching the football, bouncing off Delicano, number 39. Trudeau gets smashed on the play. They couldn't hold him out. That's Doug West, 41, blitzing in from the outside. But one of the linemen grabbed on.
Let's go back and talk about the linebackers for UCLA. You told us, and we didn't have a chance to share with our audience, about the key role they
got
play.
holding on the offense. Still 3rd down.
No question they are the key. They are outmanned up front, and were before the sickness took Randall out of there. And that puts pressure on linebackers. 2 of the best on the field today, West and Delicano. They really have a load on them, Dick.
They're the 2 outside backers. You saw West was blitzing on the last play. So 3rd and long now for Trudeau, and he goes right back in. Look at the time. And finally throws it away. So excellent coverage by the deep backs for UCLA. Trudeau had 7-8 seconds to find a man open. There was none, and Don Rogers celebrates the defensive work of his teammates.
And there's the open man that he could not see. He's running on the right side, and that man, Tim Brewster, is all the way at the left sideline. And it is hard. He could not see him. He was too far away on the left side. He's looking down on the right side. Ordinarily sees most of the field.
Sigourney's second punt was Sanchez at the UCLA 45. End over end. Drives it to the 40. And again, excellent coverage by the Illini. Downfield, number 61, Ed Brady, a middle linebacker.
Brady, the man who snapped that football on the punt, the first one down there.
A 46-yard kick late in the first quarter. The Bruins by 7. In the very first meeting between the Big Ten and Pac-10 champions. Big Ten, you'll recall, it's been an interesting history here, Merlin. Big Ten won 12, lost only once in the first 13. Then in the 60s, they split the 10 games 5-5. But since 1970, it's been the Pac-10 winning 12 and losing only 2. So they're only a game apart in that one-loss column.
And a chance to get even today.
UCLA victory would tie the series at 19. Bruins with the ball at their own 35. And they go up the middle. Now that was something we didn't expect much of, but you've got to keep those big tackles honest. They told us, the coaches and players, they knew they were in tough going against Butkus and Thorpe, but they had to keep them at home.
Dick, before that play, on every play, this Illinois team will flip-flop. They run their people back and forth defensively. Mike Heaven on that is always on the weak side. You see him right there. He's a safety man, actually a cornerback. You see how close he is to the line. They put a lot of pressure on you by keeping a lot of people up there tight. It almost looks like a gap 8 defense. Look how many people they have on the line now. And they're coming. It's a blitz again.
On 8 minutes. Keith Taylor makes the tackle, but it appears to be close to another first down. Mike Young. Are they going to call? Yes, they do call it a legal catch. 9 yards on the play.
Now they flip-flop both the linebackers and the defensive secondary. They're going out to the strong or weak side, whichever it happens to be. We talked about the blitz coming on that play. That's what happens if you don't get to the quarterback. You're one-on-one against those receivers, and you better get down.
Young, a teammate in high school of Lupe Sanchez, the cornerback of the Bruins. Neuheisel going for it all. He had his man beaten by a good stride and was just off the fingertips of Mike Sherrard. He inherits his speed from his mother, Sherry, who was a member of the U.S. Olympic team in 1964, a hurdler and sprinter.
Mike Heaven was on the weak side again, and that's the man they're working on. Does not have blinding speed. He's trying to stay with Sherrard here, and Sherrard just runs off and leaves him. Unfortunately, the ball had more speed than Sherrard right off the fingertips.
Second down and 10. Neuheisel thought, ooh, ever so close. That's an interesting matchup. 2 walk-ons, Neuheisel and Sherrard. Out of the backfield, it's to the freshman fullback, Tennell, who rumbles to midfield, but that'll be short of a first down. Mo Bias, number 83, a senior from Los Angeles, made the tackle for Illinois.
Terry Donahue paid a lot of respect to this Illinois defense. He said one thing they have is great team speed, and you saw it there. There were 5 Illinois players over there in position to make that stop and make it for a relatively short gain. 3rd and 10.
It's actually 3rd and 8.
Yeah, 3rd and 8.
Sherrard to the right. Durrell to the left. Under a blitz again. Thorpe, 96, followed 27, David Edwards, a safety man, got to Neuheisel first.
A few moments ago, you saw the blitz. They didn't get to Neuheisel. They don't expect to be able to get there every time. But getting to him on this play, knocking him down, forcing him to feel that blitz, that's putting the emotional pressure we talked about on the quarterback. There's the physical pressure we talked about. That's the kind of big play defense Illinois has been playing all year.
1:44 left in the first quarter. Don Passmore at the other end, as Bono just did get that one away. Passmore at his 23. And down at the 27-yard line. In case you joined us late, UCLA on a blocked field goal picked up by Craig Swope, returned, and he fumbled on the return. UCLA recovered, turned it into a 3-yard touchdown play. Neuheisel to Bergman. That's the story of this first quarter. Lost by number 2, unbeaten Texas today. Nebraska, the only major college university with an unbeaten record, risks it against once defeated Miami. The winner undoubtedly to be the national collegiate champion. You'll see that after the Rose Bowl as we complete our big bowl triple header here on NBC. Jack Trudeau and the Illini trailing 7-0. He comes out throwing on first down. He has on every first down and hits David Williams. His favorite target is a wide receiver, 59 catches. Tommy Taylor made the tackle.
He and Brewster share that honor of being top receiver. He's very dangerous after he catches the ball. That ball had to be thrown covered. Good pass, good catch.
Earlier today, Ohio State rallied in the final minute to beat Pittsburgh 28-23 in the Fiesta. It was Georgia 10, Texas 9 in the Cotton Bowl. Here, final minute, first 27, Illinois nothing. So Rooks, and he drops the ball. That's 3 times now that receivers wide open have dropped accurate passes from Trudeau.
Chance to make that. The blitz on that play, Ron Pitts, the cornerback, coming all the way from the backside, late getting there, could have been trouble had Rooks been able to hang on to that football. But the simplest rule is catch the football before you run. How often we forget in big games. Rooks forgot there.
Trying to do too much too soon. Be quick, but don't hurry. 3rd down. Trudeau again, well protected. And Rogers comes up and will draw. contact as he covered Cam Benson, number 40.
I don't think I've ever seen a more aggressive defensive back than Don Rogers. But he's too aggressive on Cam Benson on that play. Did not time it right. Got there and bumped the receiver before the ball arrived. It'll be a big first down. Watch how cool Jack Trudeau is. Bobby Gamble coaches him, and he said, I can't believe this young man. Really his first year of play, and he just looks all over the field. You saw him looking at receivers all over the field, comes back, and there was the shot. You could see Rogers getting there just a trifle early.
All-American Rogers with an interception that led somewhat to the first UCLA score early in this period. 15-yard penalty, and the tackle made by Ron Pitts, number 47, on Randy Grant. Pitts, the son of a famous running back, Elijah Pitts, who started with the Green Bay Packers. There are the scores earlier games today. Ohio State, you saw here on NBC, 28-23, won it on a pass in the final minute over Pittsburgh. And Georgia defeating formerly unbeaten Texas 10-9 in the Cotton Bowl. Second down and 8, only 2 yards on that last pass play. And again, it's the sophomore Trudeau to throw. Almost to the second man, Mitchell Brookins, number 33. And it could be that Brewster, who was the front receiver, in going up for the catch, might have tipped it away from a teammate.
I think that's what it was, and I think Brookins was the intended receiver, but you can't fault Brewster. He sees the ball and figures it's his, goes up after it, leaps up, and I think shielded Brookins. Brookins couldn't see that ball as well as he should have. Watch it here as it comes over the top.
He deflected
gave it a little tap, and that was enough to keep it from falling in the hands of Brookins. Brookins, by the way, has incredible speed. Talking to these coaches for Illinois, they said they have never seen a football player with his kind of speed. 4.3 officially in a 40, and one of the fastest men in a football uniform you may ever see.
He's still in the huddle, number 33. They converted him to a wide receiver from running back. And this is senior year. You see Terry Donahue, the 39-year-old head coach of the Bruins, chatting with the officials on the far side.
It's been a big year for Illinois, and you see the little marks on their helmets? Those are called Chiefs. You give those for a big play or a contribution to the team's success, and they've passed out a lot of them during this season.
Go 10-1 and ranked 4th in the nation. Those merit awards, symbols of individual outstanding play. Trudeau on 3rd and 8. Again, it's Brewster, the tight end, and he has a first down at the UCLA 40. Sanchez made the tackle, number 21.
Jim Brewster coming off the line. We said it earlier. He's the money receiver. One-on-one right there. A little bump. That's the side. It's the catch. Lupe Sanchez gets him, but he's got the first down.
At the end of the first quarter, it's the 70th Rose Bowl game. Illinois from the Big Ten, UCLA the Pacific 10, 7-0 Bruins. But the Illini are on the march to open the second quarter. They have the ball first down at the UCLA 1. Trudeau with an excellent fake. Wide open is Williams, 30, and he's out of bounds at the 27. Another Illini first down.
Up on the line of scrimmage, you get good play action fake, and you get people open. David Williams, number 1, just spinning off, and you see his very quick feet on that play. Rogers knocking him out, finally out of bounds, but a play action froze the defense, got the linebackers coming on the run, and just opened the territory for Williams, who'd come all the way across underneath.
Trudeau perhaps changing the play. He's 6 for 12 passing in the game, 55 yards, 1 interception. Overshoots his man Benson on the far side.
Benson might be happy he didn't get it there. Lupe Sanchez was coming up like a freight train wide open and would have leveled him.
There's Trudeau's statistics on the year, a +4 touchdowns over interceptions. He's only a sophomore. Mike White, long tradition at Cal and now at Illinois of recruiting outstanding throwing quarterbacks. He had Dave Wilson, now a star in the NFL, as well as Tony Eason with the Patriots. And the third man to come to Champaign-Urbana is Jack Trudeau, and he has 2 years after this one. Deep drop. And he may have thrown that one away, and wisely so. He threw it down at the ankles of Beverly because Beverly was surrounded by Bruins. Had he caught the ball, it would have been a 5-yard loss. Kenny Page, 96, a senior from Colorado Springs, applied pressure. Skywriting,
Sky Typers up there today. They're working out.
Look at that blue.
UCLA blue, that's their color, isn't it, Dick?
Yeah, and light blue is also a color familiar to the Illinois players. We get a moment, we'll talk about that. It has to do with their psychological frame of mind. Big play, both sides, at the 27 of UCLA. To Williams. And he runs right into Don Rogers, and when Rogers hits you, you don't go very far. So 4th down. We'll see if we're going to... Yes, Chris White, the son of Coach Mike White, the place kicker, and all Big Ten choice, 13 for 22 this year. We'll try to get Illinois on the board. It'll be a 41-yard attempt. 84 degrees, the warmest January 2nd in the history of this area. 83 degrees in 1893.
You can't give the coach any flack for putting his son in when his son's an all Big Ten kicker, can you?
Not indeed. That's an interesting story, too. It's high enough, long enough, and right down the middle. 7-3 the score. Yards for Chris White, who never kicked a football until he was out of high school. He just fooling around trying to kick it. Fooling around 2 years, he's a star.
Ball tends to travel further anyway. And you're liable to see some kickoffs all the way out of the end zone today.
Leading 7-3, Neuheisel setting his line. Well, it's a passing game. To Kevin Nelson. Near a first down, stopped just short of the 30. Number 63, Clinton Haynes from Gardena, California, linebacker, made the tackle.
Nelson, not only a fine ball carrier, but an excellent team. Seem to be much alike in the way they're approaching this game, preferring to throw the football, but mixing in the run. Neuheisel getting back, watching Nelson all the way, finally waiting for him to make his break, and then throws a zipper out there. Good play.
New backs behind him now, Cephas and Tunnell, with Howell in motion. Frank Cephas out to the 35-yard line, easily picking up the first down on 2nd and short. Mike Johnson, a senior from Chicago, Illinois, made the tackle, number 85.
We mentioned the strength of that defense is right up the middle, and the fact that UCLA would be trying to take advantage, getting to the outside, breaking into the outside, throwing the ball right.
Yeah, the organization of the major football powers. The defensive players really don't see what's going on now. They're doing their homework, getting ready for their next appearance. First down play. And up the middle for about 4 yards goes Kevin Nelson.
One of the things you do defensively when you have a reputation for blitzing about half of the time is that you stick your people up there, force the audible, and then drop your people back into coverage. On that play, I think they were able to get Neuheisel to call an audible. David Edwards had come up close to the line of scrimmage. He simply dropped back, it went back to an ordinary coverage, ordinary protection on the inside, and were able to stop the play for a short gain.
Young to the left, Sherrard to the right.
There again, they faked it. Now they're coming.
On 2nd down, the quick hitch to Sherrard, and he gets nothing, maybe even a loss. Ed Brady, number 61, roaming to the sidelines from his middle backer position.
You see him shaking his head now. You know what he did there? The defense faked the blitz, then started to drop back, and then came with the blitz, and Neuheisel was trapped. He called the play.
There's the balance. Rushing and passing. Illinois throwing even more than UCLA. It's complete to Young, and that'll be a first down at the Illinois. Check that, the UCLA 48-yard line. Young's 3rd catch, and it's good for 11 yards in front of Mike Heaven.
Neuheisel ended up on his back, but not until he'd unloaded a very accurate pass. And does not throw some of the deep balls as well as Trudeau, but is one of the most accurate passers in college football. Right there, he watches it for a little while until he gets dropped on the seat of his pants.
Ron Baum, and he did just that to the quarterback.
It was complete.
First down at the 49. 7-3 UCLA, 11 minutes remaining in the first half. It's a reverse to Durrell. He's got blockers now, 50, 40, 30-yard line.
for a minute like Durrell was going to be trapped in the backfield. Mike Johnson, 85, had gotten back in there, had good position on it. But Durrell just used his athletic quickness to get back around. Cephas handing off. Look at it right here. Johnson, number 85, looked like he had a chance. Excellent block. Was that the quarterback?
Neuheisel threw that key block.
Throwing a block on that particular.
And you're right. Had Neuheisel not done something you don't expect from a T-formation quarterback, throw a block on a defensive lineman, that play would have been spoiled. He sprung him for 20. Nelson in the clear. That's going to be a UCLA touchdown. Yards where Illinois doesn't expect it. Right up the middle.
They certainly went after the strength of the defense. They've been going outside. They came right back. They attacked the strength of the defense. They broke the play. What tremendous quickness and running from Kevin Nelson. Just exploded. Good block in the middle on Weingrad. No chance for him. A dive there. That was Mike Hartmeyer, number 63, with that block. Tremendous play.
Lee's extra point try is good.
The last man that had a chance, number 12, Craig Swope. Watch Swope there, just diving at the heels of Nelson. But once he's out, he's gone.
He's built like his brother, isn't he? 5'10 and a half, 196 pounds, 80-yard drive, 7 plays, the touchdown, 28 yards by Kevin Year. He awakened at mid-year, and with him, the Bruin offense. Hey, he's got good taste. In fact, consummate good taste.
Well, he also has a pretty good running style and put him in the end zone on that last play.
28 yards. It's 14-3 UCLA. Potter to kick off. Pugh at the goal line. See if Potter gets the distance this time. Not quite. At the goal line. Pugh, 15, breaks it into the clear. 30. He's got one man to beat Potter, and the kicker knocks him out of bounds at the 44-yard line. So Ken Potter needed those strong arms to deny Pugh a touchdown.
Wayne Pugh has been playing in that secondary. They're talking about moving him to linebacker next year. Has run as fast as a 4.4 in the 40. He's about 220 pounds. Can you imagine that kind of speed at linebacker?
44-yard return.
You got to look at it here. Kick returner's down, but he just exploded up the middle, and that's what you have to do to get a good run back.
On first down, again, Trudeau to throw. Chased out of the cup. And went through the fingertips, although that a much more difficult chance. Just look back into the sun as he leaped high for the catch.
And sun is going to be a factor for them on this particular series, and they might be well advised to throw to the other side of the field because Williams unable to handle that one. A high throw, too. He has dropped a couple that have been catchable earlier.
We'll bring you that in a moment. 4 rushes, 16 passes. So most of the attack through the air. And there's another one. Intercepted by Rogers. He can go all the way. Trudeau to beat. To the 10-yard line. The All-American second interception. Don Rogers of Sacramento, California.
The co-MVP of last year's Rose Bowl. He's on his way to consideration again. Trudeau simply overthrew the pass. Got it up over the head of his receiver. Rogers, reading the ball well, took advantage of the mistake and packs it down, gives UCLA's offense tremendous field position. Watch Rogers in isolation. He had to go high for the ball. The ball well over the head of David Williams, but not over the head of Don Rogers.
Trudeau did a good job of shielding the inside of the field, taking it away from Rogers, and waited for help. Now it's the Illini defense that has to dig in. Neuheisel. And for the first time, he is betrayed by a receiver, and normally reliable Paul Bergman was right in his midst. A flag is down. Rogers, his second interception in this first half.
This pass should have been caught for a touchdown. Might have been negated by the penalty anyway. Swope getting beat on that one. Just made a bad play. Taylor also over on the play.
Now the penalty.
Going to go against UCLA.
of hands on the offense. 5-yard penalty. First and 15.
First and 15. UCLA can make conceivably a first down without a touchdown, but they'd really have to try to do it because a first down is the 1 foot line.
Terry Donahue obviously has to be thrilled. He has had a lot of adversity, injuries in practice and food poisoning. They haven't had much adversity here in the first half.
Leading 14-3. Neuheisel looking for more, and he's got it.
White's concerns coming into this game was the speed of his secondary. Dick, UCLA's receivers have shown more quickness than Illinois' secondary, and they've been able to take advantage of them.
Neuheisel for Lee, and Lee has the extra point. Don Rogers, 2 interceptions, have directly and somewhat indirectly led to 2 quick Bruin scores, and they have a 21-3 advantage.
You see Durrell coming right into your screen across in front of Keith Taylor, number 4. And Durrell had just beaten him cleanly with a fine one-on-one move.
Only a sophomore from San Diego. He had 4 touchdown catches during the regular season. And we have a timeout. 10:23 left from Chicago for UCLA. He's the man farthest back on your left. He's their designated hitter.
He'll go right to the ball, Dick. They want him to get down there and force the play. He's not going to have a chance to do it on this play, as that ball just rolled right out of the end zone. Potter, I believe, had hurt his leg making the tackle on the last kickoff. Drilled that one low. He usually gets the ball fairly high.
That was such a key play by Potter, making that tackle, saving a possible kickoff return for a touchdown. Here's the recap. Bergman, a catch from Neuheisel, made it 7-0 in the first quarter. Then Chris White kicked a 41-yard field goal to make it 7-3. But UCLA back. Nelson, a 28-yard run up the middle to make it 14-3. And then after Rogers' second interception, Neuheisel to Durrell, 15 yards. Well, 16 now, they say officially. And it's 21-3. The Illini work to do. Trudeau to Brewster, and the tight end has a first down at the 31. Lee Knowles, 85, made the tackle for the Bruins.
Trudeau, a very calm youngster, and a lot of young quarterbacks throwing 2 interceptions like he has in this ball game would come back gun-shy. But Mike White believes in the passing game, and he happens to believe in Jack Trudeau. They come right back throwing the football.
He has 2 outstanding runners, and Rooks and Beverly really hasn't used the run. Trudeau with a fake. Wide open is Brewster, 45, 50, and another Illini first down. Rogers made the tackle. One thing for certain, Trudeau, when his receivers catch the ball, they've been wide open. They've been able to move the ball.
Already talked about the importance of Brewster in the scheme of things. He's coming across the field. They love the crossing patterns. Nobody in the picture but the receiver. Well-designed pattern, good execution, and an obvious result of a first down.
At the 50-yard line, Brewster now with 4 catches, a total of 50 yards for the tight end. Here's a draw to Beverly. And he gets fumbles, and UCLA recovers. The hit was by Mark Whalen, number 95. And here's a man who wasn't supposed to play much today, and let's see if, yes it is to UCLA. Joe Gasser recovered the ball, number 28, a sophomore safety man from Torrance, California, and everything going wrong for Mike White's Illini.
This is the kind of play you use to balance out against the passing game. You put the draws in there, but there's the shot right there. Whalen putting his helmet right on the football and just knocking it loose.
He's playing because David Randall has 4 turnovers to 0, and that's, of course, the story of the first half. David Randall, food poisoning, disappointment, not being able to play today. Whalen replaces him. He's made 2 big defensive plays already. Brian Wiley, the fullback, down to the Illini 47-yard line. Ed Brady made the tackle. Well, Gasser made the fumble recovery, but Whalen's the one who created the play with his tackle. He also has a sack today.
It's got to be interesting to be told just before the game, hey, you're going to be playing today, and he's been sharing some time in there, but certainly getting his share of the mentions and then some. Second down and 5.
Staying on the ground. It's Nelson. He's caught in the backfield by Mark Butkus, the senior from Lansing, Illinois.
You saw the quickness right there of Mark Butkus, and that's the kind of dominant defensive line play that Illinois has been able to use during the year to keep their opponents down. But UCLA has bounced right back and put it in the end zone against them.
Many have asked Mark about the influence of his famous uncle Dick Butkus. He said, no. Give the credit to my father. He's the one who really taught me the game and the love for the game. And occasionally Dick would say, attaboy. Open again, Sherrard, and a first down at the Illinois 38-yard line. Mike Heaven made the tackle. And for Sherrard, that ties the UCLA season record.
Sherrard getting down, getting a little opening, and pass thrown right on target. Sherrard has that fine, deep speed. He's one of the receivers that we talked about who's used his quickness to work in front of and behind these receivers. Kevin, number 9, there to make the tackle. But you want to get those guys, get up in front of them, knock that ball away. You can't let them catch it, then tackle.
Oh, that looks like a blown play. Maybe not. Berkman to the 28-yard line near another first down. Let's talk about Rick Neuheisel. We all love the underdog. And here's a young man, a bright student, Tempe, Arizona. No one recruited him. He went to UCLA, he went to Terry Donahue. Can I play here? He said, well, you can try out. Freshman year just was around the scout team. He finally gave him a scholarship. He was a holder, waited for Tom Ramsey to graduate. He's a fifth-year senior, not because he's not academically strong, because he wanted to stay around for a chance to play as a senior. And here he's led his team into a Rose Bowl and set a UCLA record, 69% completion rate. What a story.
And he just picked up a first down. And you'll notice on the shoulders of those UCLA players, the roses. That's a special jersey for this game. You better believe that Rick Neuheisel will find a place for that jersey of his, and a special place for the memories of this game. If it continues the way it's going to be a special one for him.
Such a nice young man, too. We told him the other day after chatting with him, boy, you picked good parents. He's also got a lovely sister who is a cheerleader at the University of Arizona. Danny Andrews fumbles, and that may be the break Illinois is looking for. It is.
Well, I guess Terry Donahue knew that the fumbles weren't always going to go his way. This one again, you see the blitzing coming right there. Ed Brady coming up the middle. He looked like he just reached across and slapped that ball away. A mad scramble for the football.
Curtis Clark, whose father, Leon Clark, was a great star at Southern California, played in the National Football League. He's from Pasadena. Curtis Clark on Weingrad's tackle, and the Illini stopped UCLA. Right back. Vaulting forward for a couple of tough earned yards. Batchkoff, the freshman, making the tackle on Thomas Rooks. Clock shows 7 minutes remaining in the first half. Illinois trailing 21-3, and they've just stopped play from perhaps putting this game.
They feel it into the end zone. Change their philosophy perhaps a little bit.
Well, here's Trudeau loosening up the arm. The flag is down, and Trudeau, that's a
It is.
and no,
Still a play.
and Delacono makes the tackle finally, as everyone in a frozen motion waiting for the officials to blow the whistle, and finally Lee Knowles and Jeff Chafin made the tackle. That was a lateral pass.
There was a flag down already, and I think everyone saw it, but at the same time, when he throws this football behind, the ball is live. Everybody's just kind of standing out there. Now, the official did not blow the whistle. Rooks finally says, hey, maybe I better run with it. Delacono's up there in position. Hold him down.
Illegal use of hands on the part of the offense declined. Third down.
So the penalty against Illinois obviously declined, as Illinois will lose the down and yardage on that backward pass.
The pass is ruled to be back.
Rick Neuheisel, he said, if he can't make it in professional football, he's on to law school.
Formation that the Illinois offense likes to use is a 3 wide receiver formation. They put 2 of them out to one side. David Williams, the man in the slot, they like to get it to him if they can.
Third down and 14, and it appears Trudeau changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Colorado Springs.
Tom Hayes and Bob Field coordinate the defense for the UCLA Bruins. They put a few wrinkles of their own in. Kenny Page had been hurt, not expected to play today. You see him working at the top of your screen. Right there, he just blitzes by Kehoe, Scott Kehoe, 56, and puts the reps on the quarterback.
Sigourney's kick, a wobbly boot towards Sanchez, takes an Illinois bounce across the 45, and will be down at the UCLA 43-yard line. Now, at this stage of the 70th Rose Bowl encounter, UCLA in control, 21-3, 6 minutes left, first half.
I may not win every race, but I still have an advantage over these guys. I use the Gillette Atra. They don't. It has the advantage of a pivoting head. Atra is better than twin blade razors that don't pivot. See? They don't always stay on my beard, but my Atra both blades on my beard longer. So I get a better shave. Close, comfortable.
Kenny Page. They know where the cameras are, don't they? He showed a lot of speed for a 238-pounder in tracking down Trudeau. Illinois trailing 21-3. UCLA running against a team that allowed an average of only 2.4 yards per rush. The Bruins 5.3 average in this first half. That's part of the story of their success. Neuheisel, plenty of protection. And a short gain to Sherrard to the 45-yard line, a 2-yard pass, but that pass play will set a UCLA individual record. Mike Sherrard with 3 catches now today. That's 47 for the season and breaks Cormac Carney's record of 46 set a year ago.
Chance to look back inside at the pursuit from the defensive line of the Illinois team, and look how they're stacked in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bodies on the line of scrimmage, and they get excellent pursuit from the inside from number 96 Thorpe, rolling out, finally gets past the Bergman, the tight end. He's driving from the outside, but they really made a fine play defensively there.
Kevin Nelson outside, and he's out of bounds at the UCLA 47-yard line. David Edwards, a senior from Decatur, Georgia. Make that a junior. Edwards, number 27, made the tackle.
Dick, in this 4-man defense, they put their defensive tackles off the ball and really kind of play them almost like linebackers. They're down the 4-point stance, a little bit like the Dallas Cowboys. Almost a flex kind of defense where they get people flowing, but they haven't been able to flow quite fast enough and hard enough to slow down this UCLA offense.
And they've got to dig in. The Bruins have a 21-3 lead with 5 minutes left in the half, and here's a critical 3rd down and 7. They're coming with a full blitz, and Neuheisel goes deep. Wide open is Young for another touchdown.
You saw Mike White say, we can't panic. We just got to go after them. We mentioned it early. When you blitz, you leave your defensive backs one-on-one. Number 4, Keith Taylor, trying to cover Mike Young one-on-one and simply does not have the speed.
Maybe not the experience either. The only freshman back there.
He is a freshman back there, but it just looked like he couldn't keep up on the speed. And he's the fastest of those defensive backs.
Lee tacks on the extra point. Rick Neuheisel, flawless. You know, he had a great game against Washington when he went 25 for 27. That's an all-time NCAA record, nearly 93%. This is 9 for 9 for him and 53 yards for the touchdown.
Well, and he's one of the players that they were concerned about. Came down with some food poisoning. He'll have to go back to that same restaurant before every game he plays.
The whole club may go back for an encore. What a perfect throw and wide open. Durrell has a touchdown, and now Young with a score, and he's not the fastest of the Bruin receivers. Running score by Kevin Nelson. Neuheisel has thrown to his tight end Bergman and then to his wide receivers Young and Durrell. Only Sherrard has been kept off the scoring column. It's 28-3 as Potter talks with head coach Terry Donahue.
I think Potter hurt his leg earlier on the tackle. We've mentioned that, and it looks like John Lee will be kicking off here. No, it's not John Lee.
Number 50 for the Bruins. It was not on the master sheet.
Well, they've got 105 players here, Dick. They literally have 105 players in uniform, some of them without shoulder pads.
Well, no one expected to use him.
We'll find out who he is.
You bet. We will. In fact, we've called his attention to it. We've got 107 names on the list, but we don't have a number 50 for UCLA. Maybe changed the number at the last moment.
May have had to borrow some shoulder pads.
Well, this is his moment. He shows he's got a good leg. And again, Illinois will have to take it. It's Jeff Nowinski with a name not fitting that description on his back. Because on the back of his uniform, it's a different name.
It says Baton on the back of his uniform. Well, we'll find out. I don't think he expected to have a chance to take a bow on national TV today. Right now, Illinois with its back against the wall. Mike White has got to be shell-shocked on the sideline. He's got to get his offense moving here. They have not been able to take advantage of their number one tool, the pass. In fact, it has become an enemy against them.
28-3 to score with 4:53 left, and now they go to the ground, and it's Rooks to the 26-yard line, a gain of 6 for a man who averaged almost 5.5 yards a carry throughout the Big Ten year. Only a sophomore, 215-pounder from St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, there you are on the sideline getting a little conversation about how you want to play defense. That's the offense. They're the blockers right there. That's Duval Love with his back to us, in fact. Getting a little lecture on how they want to contain that defense, and it is a sophisticated defense.
2nd and 4 for Trudeau. And he completes one for a first down out to the 31-yard line to Scott Golden from Oriana, Illinois. A senior. Doug West made the tackle. First down, Illini. 4:10 left in the half.
Pitts coming from the outside again on the blitz. Late getting in there. Trudeau taking advantage. Getting the completion, short reception, and a first down.
Illinois was a favorite coming into the game, mild favorite, but trails 28-3. Dumps it off to Rooks. He hit after a 2-yard gain by Lee Knowles. There was some question as to whether or not this junior, number 85, Knowles from Huntington Beach, California, would play today. Shaken up in practice during the week. Oh, he was plenty healthy on that tackle.
Well, we have an identity. Steve Bate, backup quarterback, young man out of Torrance, just a sophomore. Now we've got him.
Wearing a number 50, you know that's not a quarterback number.
Well, they may have made that up special for him.
And again, the Illini foil. That's a loss as Knowles tackles Rooks at the 30. That's a loss of a couple. Make it a -4. And in comes the punting team for Illinois with 3 minutes left in the half.
No, we got another down, Dick. We got a third down here instead of a fourth.
All right, you're right. Third down, and
they're having enough trouble. Don't take it down away from them.
I apologize to Mike White. No, Illini from a spread. Trudeau going to be almost intercepted by Rogers again. No, that was Pitts, 47, closest to the ball. Delacono, 39, the linebacker from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, was pressuring Trudeau.
Trudeau taking his time on this play. It's a simple 3-man rush against him with one linebacker coming, Doug West on the outside. Trudeau getting away here, but I think he feels the pressure. Delacono coming inside. Good punt
by Sigourney to Sanchez back at the UCLA 25. And he's dragged down at the 30-yard line. Tackle made by Cam Benson of Illinois. A reminder coming up next. National championship at stake, unbeaten Nebraska's Cornhuskers with their Heisman Trophy winner Mike Rozier against the number 4th ranked Miami Hurricanes, a great defensive football team. George Snellenberger, 50th annual Orange Bowl. Of course, all the special activities at halftime to boot. Coming up right after our Rose Bowl coverage here on NBC. 31-yard line, UCLA leading 28-3. 9 in a row for Neuheisel. Nelson picks up 4 and hammered at the 35-yard line by Mark Butkus. David Edwards there as well.
Kind of play that you had seen if you had been watching this team throughout the season. Number 96 Thorpe there, 85 Johnson. Thorpe spinning around, getting back inside. Lots of people on the football, but they've just been outmanned in the secondary here today.
They like to run behind that right tackle, Deval Love, number 67. He's their biggest blocker, 273. Cephas doesn't find anything to the other side. At the 37-yard line, Mark Butkus and Darrell Thompson make the tackle, and Mike White with a eye at the scoreboard. 1:40 left in the half.
Gosh, you've got to be reaching in the bag for miracles right now. Not only are you down by 25 points, but your defensive team is on the field, and you can't score with your defense on the field.
3rd down and 4. White, while he was at California in 6 tries, could not defeat UCLA. 0-6 against the Bruins. 2 of those defeats to Donahue. Neuheisel looking for 10 in a row. He's got it. And a first down at the 48. Durrell, the receiver. 11 yards on the play, and they're picking on the freshman, Keith Taylor.
Really doing a great job. They've scared them so much with those deep shots that they're playing deep and laying back. And now Neuheisel is able to go against the short routes and just pick up the first down there very easily.
Neuheisel may be going after some Rose Bowl record, 10 consecutive completions. He'll have to go to the book. Inside handoff to Wiley, the fullback. And he gets only a yard or 2 to midfield with 50 seconds left in the half. And UCLA, figuring you can't get too many points, will call timeout.
Tackle on that particular play by Don Thorpe. They need more than just a tackle now. They need to cough the ball loose and try and get some points on the board. They really have been hammered in this first quarter, the first half.
So on this magnificent weather day in Pasadena, California, let's take a break from the action. A timeout. 50 seconds left before the intermission. UCLA Bruins 28. The Fighting Illini of the Big Ten football will salute the Big Ten in the second half. Neuheisel, a first down. Make that second down now at the 50-yard line. 2nd and 8. Nelson, the ball carrier. Checking the ball as he was hammered hard. That Edwards is a hitter, came up from safety, number 27, to support Mark Butkus. Clock running.
We're going to have Mark's uncle, Dick Butkus, here talking with us at halftime briefly. He's got to be a little bit disappointed. The last time the Illini team was here on this turf in the Rose Bowl, they were winners. And he was wearing one of the winner's rings.
1964. 20 years ago, the Illini waited a long time. Fumble on the snap, and UCLA falls on it with 13 seconds, 12 seconds, and apparently that will be the last play of this first half. No.
Thorpe looked to the sideline, said, do we want a timeout? Yes, we do, and they took it. Neuheisel did a good job. Dropped the football on the exchange, had to locate it, was able to get back and throw his body on top of it to protect it. Chance for you to look at it at home. Watch him just drop the snap here. I don't know whether he pulled away early or maybe got bumped, I guess, by one of the linemen. Looked like he just got bumped by someone's arm coming by. But you see him scrambling there and crawling on his hands and knees to get that football.
A lot of good family trees in this game. Illinois, Butkus with his uncle Dick. Chris White, of course, his dad, the coach of the Illini. Curtis Clark, who has had a big play on defense. His dad, Leon, an outstanding collegiate and NFL player. And UCLA even more in that department. Not bad idea to recruit the son of a famous football player, because they usually turn out pretty well, thank you. Butkus, of course, that name alone conjures up a solid defense, and he didn't make all Big Ten on name. Here's the UCLA lines. Elijah Pitts, the great runner with Green Bay. Kevin Nelson, his brother Darren, a #1 pick of the Vikings. Sherrard, we told you, his mother, a 1964 Olympian. But there's more. John Shinnick, a backup safety man. His dad, Don Shinnick, still holds the record in the NFL. Most interceptions by a linebacker, 37. Augie Donatelli, the umpire, that's his nephew, Doug Donatelli. Herb Welch, his dad, Herb, also played in the NFL. 7 seconds left. Steve Bono's punt. to Passmore. No, Passmore had it taken right out of his hands by the up back Grant.
And that ends the first half.
A half that was all UCLA. But for a field goal by Chris White, it was the Bruins' Neuheisel, 3 touchdown passes, a run by Nelson during that break. They're down by nearly 4 touchdowns, but with a passing game, I'm sure he reminded them they can come back. There were several times this year Illinois scored more than 40 points in a game. Let's look at the first half statistics. Merlin?
And the ones that jump out at you, obviously total yardage and turnovers. 4 big turnovers by Illinois that in fact led to many of those scores. First downs heavily in favor of the UCLA crew as well. Neuheisel extremely accurate, 16 for 20. And those 12 for 23 numbers don't bode well for Illinois. They've got to get themselves on the scoreboard in the second half. And Dick, in the first half, UCLA won the toss. They had the option. They deferred to the second half, which means that they'll have the first chance here to take the football.
Neuheisel missing on only 4 pass attempts. 3 touchdowns. Trudeau, a little bit misleading, 12 for 23. There were at least 3 balls that should have been caught in the first half that were dropped wide open receivers. 2 interceptions.
Those big interceptions at the end of the line there, and that's
both of those by Don Rogers, an All-American, and the great players seem to save something special for the big game.
Dick, as Dick Butkus went out the door, he said, "Hey, do me a favor, will you say hello to Grandma Butkus? She wanted to come out so bad and watch this game, but she's down in Florida not feeling well. We hope she's feeling better right soon."
Certainly do. And to all of those who are not at 100% of their game health-wise, we wish you folks a special happy and healthier 1984. UCLA will get the ball first. Chris White to kick it off. And down 28-3. There should be no surprises for Terry Donahue's defense. Illinois has to do something. It's not an onside kick here. A short kick, however. Nelson. Oh, Durrell fumble, and UCLA, or is it Illinois? UCLA recovers, and that's the Illini were looking for. It was bounding around, hit several players, but wound up in the grasp of a white jerseyed Bruin.
I'm sure that part of the conversation in the locker room, let's go out there and make something happen for our side. Durrell just had that ball knocked loose. I believe it was Kevin Nelson. Kevin Nelson, number 3, not number 8. It might have been Pugh, number 18, who had a shot at that football. You see him coming back. I think he's the one that made the hit.
UCLA has the ball at the 23-yard line, 28-3 lead. The Illini fans down to our left on their feet, rooting for the defense. Nelson can't get outside. He gains maybe 1. Don Thorpe. Look at the speed of that 250-pounder.
Well, I don't know what they talked about, but they came out with some fire in the second half. Let's see if it pays off for them. They need to get the football, and most importantly, they need to get some points on the board.
Now, UCLA, as you well know, for the last 2 years, this has been their home field, moving from the Coliseum, and they've lost only once in the 2 years here in the Rose Bowl as a home team, more familiar with the surroundings. Neuheisel, 10 out of the last 10, intercepted and dropped. Mike Weingrad had it for a moment. Intended for Sherrard.
And you saw the coaches on the sideline saying, all right, here we go now. Making the kinds of plays they need to make. Weingrad doing a good job of getting a hand on this football. He wanted to keep it, but he just couldn't get the other hand on it before it bounced on the ground. That's 2 near turnovers. Both of them would have been so eagerly accepted by Illinois. Let's see if they give a third opportunity.
Third down, almost the full 10 for the first down. On the ground to Nelson. And he's hammered at the 25. And the Illini defense has the Illinois supporters excited. They'll get the ball after 3 downs.
Excellent penetration by 53 Mark Butkus on that play to turn it back inside. 4th and long, an opportunity to get one of those punt returners down the field with it. Whatever they do, they will have an opportunity here. Let's see what the offense can do with it now.
Don Passmore is back at the Illini 30 as Bono will punt. Ooh, he scuffs it. And Grant fair catch at the 40-yard line. Randy Grant, the up back. So Illinois with good field position at the 40-yard line after a 35-yard punt.
An excellent decision by Randy Grant. Had that ball hit the ground, it looked like it would have rolled down toward the Illinois end zone.
Now the Illini fired up. Break huddle. Jack Trudeau, their quarterback.
I wonder whether they'll run a little bit more in this act, Dick.
They certainly did not do much of that the first 30 minutes. Nope. Back throwing. Escaping Trudeau. Complete Beverly. A gain of about 9.
Was the man that he faked the handoff to initially, and Trudeau had to do some gymnastics of his own to escape the rush on that play. Doug West was blitzing on the play, had his arms around Trudeau in the backfield, and he was able to get away and complete the pass.
Tommy Taylor with the tackle.
There's the shot right there. He just ducked underneath the arm. Jeff Chapin, the other man back there chasing him.
Second down, a long one. Beverly. He has a first down at the UCLA 47. Beverly from Los Angeles Lott High School migrated, as did so many of these Illinois players, back to the Midwest from Southern California.
A real California connection, and those California guys are happy to be back here in the warm sunshine and happy to be playing in the Rose Bowl. Unhappy to look up and see the score so one-sided. They'd like to do something about it.
Failed to score on their first possession, but certainly lifts spirits. Trudeau, good protection. Searching. Open down the middle, and another drop. Beverly is the guilty party this time. That's 4 right on the money thrown by Trudeau that had been dropped by his receivers. No question about the strength of his arm, nor his accuracy. He's been on the money most of the day.
He certainly has some zippers that have been dropped on him, and this one should have been caught. An easy pass to catch. Beverly had all the time in the world. Goes down and kicks it away. Nobody even stepping down to look at him on that one. Delacono is the man who swept in from the outside and gave Trudeau something to think about on that play.
Second down, 10. Flag down before the snap. 5 yards, illegal procedure against the Illini. There's the backup quarterback, Ken Cruz. And down the line, number 2, Chris Jenner, is the third-string quarterback.
Ball foul, illegal procedure, offense.
Jenner sticks in the plays. They're called by Mike White with the help of Bob Gamble upstairs, and they're signaling. They do a good job from both sidelines of getting those offensive plays in via signal to the quarterbacks.
After the 5-yard penalty, 2nd and 15 for Trudeau. Open is the tight end, Tim Brewster, who had an excellent first half. He's short of the first down, tackled at the Bruin 41-yard line. 11 yards on the play. Lee Knowles made the tackle.
Brewster asking to come out. Apparently hit pretty hard on it. Plymouth's going in, but you see him wide open. Got the football. Takes a shot from Lee Knowles there. I think maybe just shook him up a little bit. Went to the sideline. We'll see more of him.
5 catches today for Brewster. Third down. Call it 5. Trudeau is sacked, and another big defensive play. It's Doug West, a senior from Del Mar, California.
When we talked about the linebackers for UCLA early, 2 that we talked about were Delacono and West. We said they had to come through with a big performance today. Well, they've both been mentioned a great deal, and West had gone over the top of Trudeau earlier. He did not miss him on that play.
Gurney just does get his kick away, and it's a good one. Sanchez, surprisingly, fields the ball and falls on the 3-yard line.
And that's the kind of thing that gives a coach gray hairs on the sideline. Had he let that one go, it would have gone all the way through the end zone.
Sanchez electing to field it, losing his footing, and then slipping down. The play's dead right there when that right knee hits the turf. A brilliant 54-yard punt. The Bruins are in the hole in terms of field position, but it's the Illini that are playing catch-up, down 28-3.
Scheming on the sideline. They need the football again quickly.
From the 3-yard line. And It's the fullback Wiley up the middle to about the 8, a gain of 5 in the grass. Darrell Thompson, number 99.
Real battle. Duval Love, number 67. They're really in a dogfight down there. He's going up against, who is it, 92? That's Curtis Clark, hometown boy, trying to get a little bit of work on his own there. Stacking up Love. He still made a few yards, got a little breathing room out to about the 9-yard line.
Love, just a junior, 6'3" and 273. From Frank Cephas's view, number 46. He gets the ball. And he's close to, and does have a first down at the 15-yard line. Mo Bias made the tackle. So UCLA showing now by opening up the game with a pass and those sweeps early, Merlin. Now they're going inside.
Duval Love, right in the middle of your screen. You saw him getting submarined on the last play. A chance now as he slides inside, beats the count slightly, cuts Curtis Clark off, leaves Curtis Clark, and goes in to help on Don Thorpe. Thorpe getting driven out on that particular play. That's Chris Yelich, number 66, senior tri-captain. Boy, I'll tell you, he's quite a story, Dick.
He is. Didn't get to play in last year's Rose Bowl. Fullback is surrounded. Derek Tennell. No gain. Look at Mark Butkus on the sidelines working on that arm. Don Thorpe led the defensive charge of the Illini. Let's talk about Yelich a moment, number 66 of UCLA. He broke an ankle in the U.S. game a year ago, so he denied the Rose Bowl, and then just didn't recover this year. Kept swelling up on him. Really didn't play much all season long. Finally got himself, now as a senior, himself ready, wearing number 66, and now what an assignment, working against Thorpe or Butkus as a guard. Yelich from LaPorte, Indiana. Neuheisel has the man. Durrell open, and a first down at the 27.
Accuracy is the name of the game. Neuheisel under pressure had to get rid of that ball. Threw before the receiver even turned back to look, but got it right on target. Carl Durrell turning around, finding the ball there, did what he was supposed to do. He caught it.
Was a well-conceived game plan by Terry Donahue.
Well, I'll give a little credit to Homer Smith too.
Oh, what a lick by number 94, and a flag goes down. Ron Baum gets Nelson and maybe got him too high. No, the signal is holding against UCLA.
Now that's the 10-yard penalty. That marks it back. I don't think there's any question about whether they're going to forego the penalty. They'll take it back to the previous spot, mark off the 10 yards.
That'll take it inside the 20-yard line.
Holding on the offense. Still first down.
The Illini adopted that child apparently for this Rose Bowl game. Yeah, UCLA.
They got a bigger mascot today, don't they? Maybe they little higher profile at the moment.
Neuheisel on 1st and 20. Little safety valve over the middle to Nelson, and he's hit at the 25. Boy, Neuheisel went down as he delivered the ball. 9 yards on the play. Archie Carter made the defensive play for Illinois.
We don't think about the kind of shots that quarterbacks take after the throw, but watch Neuheisel here. Gets the ball off, and now it's just leveled. Darrell Thompson, number 99, knocking him down, and he's able to look up and see the completion. That's the payoff for him, but he does take some abuse on that play.
Number 24, Danny Andrews, replaces Kevin Nelson at running back. 2nd and 11. Oh, Neuheisel doing a good job of freeing himself and throwing long for Young. Mike Young all the way to the 32-yard line. Beat Keith Taylor, the rookie cornerback.
Mark Butkus had left the field with a hyperextended elbow, came back in, missed the tackle as he got in on Neuheisel. Neuheisel able to slip away from him, and you've got to wonder if maybe that elbow isn't bothering him. And Mark Young, just taking advantage of the time Neuheisel got by scrambling, is making it an even longer afternoon for Keith Taylor. Taylor not getting down deep on the play, and I think you hit it right earlier. Just inexperienced, Dick. The freshman not ready for that kind of contact on a day like today.
Well, Neuheisel hit Young 53 yards for a touchdown in the second quarter. Got 44 more on that throw. And suddenly Bruins, who started at their 3, are at the Illinois 32. And Cephas with a huge hole is all the way to the 13. Dwayne Hughes, a touchdown, 19 yards for the senior from Newark, Delaware, Frank Cephas.
In a gambling defensive scheme, you hope that the big plays offset the plays that go against you. This is one of the big plays that goes against you. Thorpe had stunted to the outside. Linebacker stunted to the inside. Frank Cephas said, hey, I'll take advantage of that hole. They finally get him down, and he's all the way inside the 15.
19-yard run. Nelson. Half the Illinois team making the stop after a gain of 3 or 4.
Well, it has to be so disheartening for a defense. They've made some big plays at the other end of the field, and yet here's UCLA right back, knocking again, looking at another potential score. And how do you stop that? That's just tremendous acceleration, tremendous offensive performance.
9th play of this drive, and of course consuming the clock. You saw Mike White. He knows the score. He's watching that electronic monster chew away time that he needs to play catch-up. Flag down as Frank Cephas plowing up the middle for 2 or 3 yards. Might have had an early start by one of the UCLA players. It is a legal motion. Let's introduce the officials. A bit late, but we want to give them credit. It's quite an honor for them to be selected from the 2 conferences. John Nealon, the referee, Walt Wolf, Richard Weiler, Larry Nemmers, Gaylord Bryan, Harvey Jones, and Tom Herbert working this game today.
They've done a good job of keeping this game under control, too. Emotional. You saw a couple of the players breaking loose early, a little bit of emotion, but they've done a good job of taking care of things.
There they are. It means a lot to them to be selected to work this famed Rose Bowl game. Richard Weiler, a double duty man. He's been in the Rose Bowl and also worked an NCAA championship or 2 in basketball. Second down and 12 for Neuheisel. Going deep for Bergman. Touchdown. No, he was out of bounds, they say. Did not get the foot down. You need only 1 foot down, of course, in the collegiate game. He was very close, but the official right on the spot saying, nope.
Rick Neuheisel picks himself up off the ground. I think he had sensed the potential there for a touchdown. Took every possible second he could take. Got the ball out there, and watch how close he comes to a touchdown here. Swope beaten in the corner of the end zone, but that foot just... Here's a place to see it. Watch the feet now. Needs 1 foot only in bounds. Hard to tell. Looked like it might have been on the line. It's got to be in bounds.
Third down and 12 from the 15. UCLA looking for more. Good protection. Open again. That's a touchdown. Durrell, his second of the game. And 4th by Neuheisel.
Perhaps Terry Donahue is asking himself why he waited so long to give Neuheisel a chance to play. On the other sideline, Mike White absolutely stunned. I think perhaps the most disappointment on the field right now, number 4, Keith Taylor. They got him again. 7 points. Neuheisel, does he know it's a touchdown? Watch him. He knew all the way.
He doesn't know that he just put his name in the Rose Bowl record book. Lee kicks the extra point. That's the fourth touchdown pass by Neuheisel. That ties Pete Beathard, University of Southern California, against Wisconsin in that high-scoring game back in 1963. Neuheisel joins Beathard. It's 35-3, UCLA. And in the tradition of this game, we salute one of the great former All-Americans at Illinois, maybe the greatest of them all, the Galloping Ghost, Harold Red Grange, 1923 through 25, an All-American with a fighting. Harold Durrell, his second touchdown catch of this game, third overall. He's back for 2 more years. That'll please Terry Donahue and the UCLA faithful. Meanwhile, UCLA has to kick it off to Pugh. Nearly broke one for a touchdown. Great catch. So Illinois starts from the 20-yard line. Neuheisel, 25 today, 249 yards, 3 touchdowns, a young man no one wanted out of high school, even though he was a good player and led his team to a couple of championships as a junior and senior in Tempe, Arizona. 4 touchdown passes. We'll hear his feelings about being in this Rose Bowl after a non-recruit, a walk-on at UCLA. Trudeau off some play action. Out to Rooks, who's tackled short of the first down. Rick Neuheisel, it's been his day. It's been a great year for him. One of the top 10 passers in the country. And he looked and anticipated and enjoyed this thrill of playing in Pasadena.
One more time. I decided to come to UCLA. This was always the dream that I had. And now that it's realized, it's just something that is still hard for me to believe. But when I run onto the field and see the Rose on the 50-yard line, it'll hit me.
Well, he has seen that Rose on the field. It's not only hit him, he's hit Illinois.
I was going to say, he's hit those receivers, and he's hit them in the end zone. And the team that we had expected to see passing so successfully today, Illinois, has not been able to do it. Neuheisel and the Bruins, and not to say that they were not there, but they have indeed stolen all the honors today. They have put the results on the scoreboard where they lead 35-3.
Illinois looking for first down yardage and picked up just enough from Thomas Rooks. But that kind of play is almost a moral victory for the UCLA defense, as the clock, as soon as they mark the first down, will start again, and there's under 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
Dick, as you get into this point of the game, you almost begin to play for a little pride. Illinois needing some points on the board. They don't like the lopsided edge they see when they look up.
For 92, Frank Batchkoff, a freshman from Reseda, California, into the lineup now for UCLA. Trudeau off some play action, guns the ball to Williams. And David Williams has what appears to be a first down out at the 41-yard line. 10 yards in the play. Until this series, UCLA almost 4-1 in offense, over 400 yards for the Hearts for Illinois. And Steve Bono, who was the regular quarterback, rough start, took over, had a big game, injured in a sense. He's from Tommy Lasorda, the Dodgers manager's home base, Norristown, Pennsylvania.
Old friend of ours, Ben Agajanian, one of the kicking legends of the NFL there on this sideline. He does some work with UCLA, giving Bono a pat on the back. We've seen Bono as a punter, of course, today.
First down for the Illini, but they trailed 35-3 late in the third quarter. Trudeau extricates himself and almost gets it to Beverly. A good effort by Trudeau, who, little extracurricular activity as Frank Batchkoff had him on the ground, and Trudeau wanted to get up.
Well, that's the first time we've seen some emotion out of Trudeau today. He's really a cool customer. In fact, Bobby Gamble, who works with him, said, I wish he would lose his cool a little bit more at times. I think sometimes he's too controlled. But this is a situation where he finally does. Scrambles, gets away from one, gets away from a second, goes to the ground here. Oh, he didn't like that right at the end. No, I don't blame him. Now, he got even, though. He got an elbow back in there.
That stuff said, who, me? Intercepted, yes. Joe Gasser picked it right off his shoe tops at the Illinois 45, and the Bruins had their third interception of the game.
What a painful afternoon. It all comes down on your shoulders, playing a leveraged offense. Trying to live by the pass virtually by itself, and they have paid the price with interceptions today.
And I believe we'll have a new UCLA quarterback when we return to the Rose Bowl. 4 minutes left, third quarter.
Working hard when the heat is on could mean perspiration odor. Right Guard antiperspirant helps stop wetness better than the leading spray, as it kills the bacteria that can cause perspiration odor.
When you buy a professional computer from Wang, you get more than just a powerful personal computer. You get an easy-to-use workstation that opens the door to office automation. A workstation that communicates with voice and images and links to other computers so you can share information with everyone in your company. Put the Wang professional computer to the test. When you consider all the things it can do, it's an open and shut case.
This is Steve Martin. He thinks he's posing for the cover of Chicks and Ammo magazine, but he'll be appearing on the new show Friday, January 6th on NBC.
Welcome back to the Rose Bowl. Dick Enberg with a man who, as a collegian at Utah State, tried to promote an appearance himself in Pasadena.
Well, our coach, John Ralston, later took his teams from Stanford to the Rose Bowl, felt we ought to have a chance at this game. Even though there was an agreement with the Big Ten and the Pac-10, he sent a telegram down there. He said, hey, we're a good team. And we were in the top 10 in my senior year. He said, we deserve some consideration for the Rose Bowl. We ended up losing a bowl game, being embarrassed a bit ourselves as it was, so maybe just as well we didn't make the trip.
Frank Cephas couldn't get inside, but with a creative turn to the outside, able to turn that one up for 4 or 5 yards. Ed Brady made the tackle for Illinois. It's interesting that these two coaches, when you ask them about their influences as a head coach, the first names that came up, Mike White said, well, you know, Pete Newell, the basketball coach at California. He was a junior varsity basketball player at Cal Berkeley in his playing days, and also an end on the football team. Pete Newell helped me with my organization and how to work with personnel. And for Terry Donahue, first name he came up with was John Wooden. He said, my first year, Coach Wooden, UCLA's Wizard, was so helpful in getting me to think through all the problems that fall on the head coach's shoulders. Said, I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but here are some ideas. You pick out the ones you like.
Mike White wishing today, perhaps, that he'd had a little more help from someone like a Bill Arnsparger. And Terry Donahue hasn't had any trouble getting his offense on track, and his defense has played extremely well. And we talked to you about the adversity. He has certainly done a great job and deserves a great deal of credit for the success that his team is enjoying here in the Rose Bowl this afternoon. And Dick, getting kind of dark down there. Lights on, have been for quite a while.
3:15 left in the third quarter. UCLA with another interception, driving to build on their 35-3 lead. Cephas, some fancy running, and finally down. He stepped out of bounds back at the 18-yard line. But Cephas, the senior, in his last game, really giving a lot of second effort.
When it rains, it pours. Frank Cephas and these UCLA players reveling in their lead, enjoying their moment in the spotlight. Coming right over, jumps past Mike Heaven, number 9, hurdles his own. That was Tennell, Derek Tennell, gets out of Swope's tackle and then fights for the extra yardage before he's finally buried on the sideline by Archie Carter, number 84.
First down UCLA inside the 18. Clock stopped at 3:04. Third quarter. They run the short side to Nelson, and he gains 3 to the 15-yard line. Mike Heaven, Jr. from Delray Beach, Florida, made the tackle. Number 9.
Duvall loves signaling. Nelson on the ground, and he may have cramps. It looks like he has cramps in the backs of his legs. Duvall has got his toes tipped back.
UCLA's 60th play. They've dominated possession and the score 35-3. A break in the action, 2:49 remaining in the third quarter.
You've never seen anything like it because there's never been anything like it. Introducing the totally new Dodge Caravan. An American revolution. It gives you better mileage than a full-size station wagon. It's even shorter and easier to park. It also gives you room for 125 cubic feet of cargo. Or available seating for 2, 5, even 7 adults. 2, 5, or 7. An American revolution. It gives you one of the best standard protection plans in the world. It has front-wheel drive for great traction. And it can be just about anything you need it to be. An American revolution. It's the totally new, totally unique Caravan. Only from Dodge. It's a transportation revolution. We are Dodge, an American revolution.
Well, rightfully, the day should end on such a magnificent sunset, an 84-degree afternoon, warmest ever for this date in Southern California. We'll have a little fun now. This game, of course, being televised around the world, including live to Japan. Let's listen how they call this second down and 7 at the 15.
本来のそのディフェンス見せてほしいですよね。
そうですね。ここでしっかり頑張らないとね。
さて、ニューハイゼルまたタッチダウンパスを狙った。惜しくも不成功です。
クォーターバックのニューハイゼル、イリノイの4番ディフェンスバックテイラーが非常に調子が悪いというのを狙ってですね、そこをボンボン投げてきますね。
さあ、再び NBC のサービスで我々の放送席が映っています。かなり暗くなりましたローズボール。
放送席ですね。
Now it's third down.
I understood all of that, didn't you, Dick?
Absolutely. Young just missed as Neuheisel went for the touchdown. 103,217 here at the Rose Bowl, and that's Frank Cephas to about the 12-yard line. That'll be short of the first down. And with a 35-3 lead, in comes John Lee to try a field goal for UCLA. I guess either way here, you might be accused of pouring it on. You put your offense on their fourth down, and they make a first down and another touchdown, so they're going to go for the 3.
Let's give some credit to some young men who got All-Pro or All-Pac-10 recognition on the season. Bergman, Delacono, Love, Nelson, Rogers, Sanchez, Sherrard. They really did get a bunch of their players on the first team of the Pac-10 teams, and as they deserve to.
Lee punches that one home, and UCLA has 3 more. John Lee makes it 38-3 Bruins. Joe Gasser's interception leading to an additional field goal. I want to say also, along with those who are broadcasting in their native tongue around the world, this Rose Bowl Classic, special hello to our men and women around the world watching this telecast on Armed Forces Television.
Those that started the day, staunch Illinois fans, probably hurting a little bit at the moment, Dick. UCLA fans are reveling.
Well, coming up next, we conclude this busy football day on NBC, the Orange Bowl. From Miami, the Hurricanes, losers only once. Outstanding defense. Number 4 in the country. They have to feel right now if they beat Nebraska, they should win the national championship. But it's in the Cornhuskers' hands. Some say the best football team ever, Nebraska. Well, we'll have a chance to decide tonight as Nebraska goes for the national title against Miami right here on NBC. Mike White. A lonely time for the headmaster of Illinois. Although he's had a great year, it's not been a good day. Steve Baden, number 50, quarterback, kicking for Potter. Done a good job. Line drives this one, however, to Joe Miles. 25, 30. And Miles, the backup fullback, runs that way all the way to the 39.
Joe Miles, the special teams captain. He's very unselfish in the way he has handled himself during this season, during his career at Illinois. Chance to watch the coverage. UCLA is not afraid to come down still. They haven't slacked up a bit. Look at him coming down, blowing in there, going right after him. Miles doing a good job there. Out of one tackle. Pitts finally gets a hammer on him.
Still at quarterback. Completes to Benson to the 46-yard line. Lupe Sanchez, All Coast performer, makes the tackle. Big Ten. Illinois winning the championship, and justifiably all of these members of the Fighting Illini making the all-conference first team. And you can see 3 of those men will be back. Baviard, Juriga on the right side of the line. Swope, the sophomore safety. To Williams, hit immediately at the 48. That will be very close to a first down. Tackle made by Chucky Miller, who was just a freshman from Long Beach, California.
There's not a great deal to be happy about for Illinois fans, but one thing they can be enthused about is the fact that most of this team comes back. The 2 areas that they are going to have to rebuild, however, the defensive line and the linebackers. 9 of those good linebackers are seniors. And of course, Thorpe and Butkus are seniors.
3rd and 1. Trudeau throws back across the field to Rooks. Good move, and he has a first down at the UCLA 40. Lee Knowles made the tackle. The clock running. We're in the final half minute of this 3rd quarter.
One of the things that makes football such a great game is that it's got to be played down on the floor of the arena itself. You only have one chance to call the shots. Mike White's been calling the plays all day. This particular play very successful to Rooks, who picks up 12 yards. But I'm sure if you could allow Mike the opportunity to go back and review his calls on the day, he'd make a lot of changes in his game plan.
Williams, and the pass too long for him. You think he might have, if he could second guess himself, that he would have run the ball earlier more? He really didn't challenge the Bruin to run.
Dick, I think one of the things that made his team and made him so successful during this season was the fact that he had such good balance between the passing game and the running game. And really, it's the first time at Illinois that he's had the good running game. He did not use that. He elected instead to go right after the juggler, to go at the throat of UCLA to try and hit the touchdowns. He's able to do it.
3rd quarter, 38-3 UCLA. 2nd and 10. Complete to Williams. 25, and he's to the 20-yard line. Out of bounds at the 21, they say the footstep. Gasser made the tackle. 19-yard gain. And Illinois with its deepest drive of the game.
That's the kind of play that worked very successfully for the Illini during the season. Crossing pattern, Williams coming underneath, taking the pass, and then using his speed and running ability to get a little more yardage on the play. Right, necktie tackle on that one. Joe Gasser. I don't blame him for being a little upset, although there was a legal tackle.
There's a double foul, personal foul, so that does not change the position of the ball, one negating the other at the 21-yard line. 6 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Yeah, they're beating a happy tune on that UCLA side.
Not many of these Illinois fans leaving. A lot of orange left in this stadium.
And they're down at the Illinois end of the field. The fans on their feet. Trudeau drilling it. Knowles makes the tackle. David Williams with another catch for short yardage. And that is the end of the 3rd quarter here at the Pasadena Rose Bowl. 38-3 the score. We'll be back after these messages from your local. And so it is with the Rose Bowl. Illinois opens the 4th quarter. Its deepest penetration into UCLA territory. It's a 2nd down, and Rooks drives to the 13-yard line. Close to a first down. Frank Batchkoff, freshman end, makes the tackle. 38-3 UCLA. Here are the other numbers. Rushing Illinois, -1. Of course, the passing sacks figure in the rushing total.
They detract from it tremendously, as you can see. But all of the yardage made in the air for Illinois. UCLA, look at those numbers. They have balanced things out today, and that's the kind of balance we had expected to see from Illinois.
They're going for a Rose Bowl record total passes in a game, these two teams, 63 have been thrown already. Rooks has the first down, and he's at the UCLA 5-yard line. First and goal for the Illini. The Rose Bowl record set back in early 60s, SC and Wisconsin, 69 passes.
Saw Chris block nose tackle, working one-on-one on Bob Miller, the center. Miller did a good job of opening a hole there, and Thomas Rooks knew what to do with it. Got himself down, got a position, and finally looks like unless they falter a bit, they may have a chance to get a touchdown, Dick.
Trudeau's going to throw for it to Rooks. Touchdown. Two men who hope to return to this game, sophomores Trudeau and Rooks, and the Illini have their first touchdown.
And Illinois fans and players and coaches finally have something to celebrate.
We'll see if they go for 2 points.
That was Tom Hayes, the defensive coordinator, on the sideline saying, hey, we better get organized a little bit. We don't want to give up that many points.
They're going to go for the 2. Trudeau throwing to Rooks this side, and he drops the ball. The flag is down.
We may have a penalty, interference penalty against the defense.
They're pointing at the UCLA deep defense.
We have offensive pass interference on the offense.
Right on the call.
Try, no good.
So no good. The score remains 38-9. Let's see the touchdown again.
Give you a chance to watch the successful play-action pass. A little bit of a fake to Beverly. Rooks had broken to the outside. He's all by himself as he gets into the corner of the end zone.
That's the 64th pass of the game, just 5 shy of the record set by USC and Wisconsin back in 1963. Plenty of time left, fourth quarter, 38-9. They cosmetically improved that score, 38-9. We'll see if the onside kick. Chris White, UCLA has crowded several of their receiving players up toward that 50-yard line. Nope, kicks it straight away. Durrell at the 4. And Carl Durrell is at the 19, and a flag goes down. Let's recap that. For those of you who have joined us late, here's how the scoring developed. UCLA, after a fumble recovery, Neuheisel to Bergman, 7-0. Chris White, early in the second quarter, cut it to 7-3 with a 41-yard Illinois field goal. But then the Bruins. It was Nelson ripping up the middle, 28 yards to make it 14-3. Then, after a 3-3, a Conley field goal, finally Illinois, minutes remaining in the fourth quarter.
Dick, while you were busy catching us up, the officials announced a clipping penalty against UCLA that moved them back inside the 10-yard line. So with a turnover here, they would have excellent field position for Illinois.
Well, it's 8 o'clock in Miami. I bet things are teeming there. That Orange Bowl is packed with Nebraska and Miami fans. Frank Cephas staying inbound. There was a senior play. He realized that it's the clock now that's the enemy of Illinois. Mark Butkus made the tackle. Deep 3, and he's slow getting up.
Hyperextended elbow, and he's had a bad knee for a good part of the season. Playing on it. It's the knee, I think, that's bothering him there. Most of the players on both of these teams, Dick, wear protective knee braces to protect their legs. And the Illinois strength coach was telling me that they have had very good luck using special programs to protect the knees and using some special braces. They have managed to get away with just 2 slight knee injuries on the season. One of those injuries, though, to Butkus, who's been playing hurt for a good part of the year.
Let's credit that senior Frank Cephas with a fine afternoon in his finale as a collegian. 78 yards. He leads all rushers in the game. Number 46, who picked up about 8 on that last carry. It's Cephas again. Out to the 18-yard line. Might be short of the first down by a yard. 84. Archie Carter in on the bottom of the pile for Illinois.
One of the things that Terry Donahue has done in this game, and it's very interesting that he was able to pull it off. He's alternated his guards on those 2 big tackles inside, knowing that Butkus and Thorpe were so important to that defense. He's run fresh guards in and out of the game during the entire day, and they have indeed done an excellent job of blocking on the interior strength of Illinois.
3rd down and 1. You see Harper Howell, the zoom tight end, in motion. And it's Kevin Nelson. 1st down at the 21-yard line. And with 12:21, the Bruins have another 4 downs. Brady and Taylor made the tackle. We pause briefly from Pasadena for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
WMAQ-TV, Chicago.
With Merlin Olsen, Dick Enberg at the Rose Bowl. Stay tuned, NBC, the Orange Bowl, Nebraska and Miami to follow. The Bruins all the way this afternoon on the warmest day ever on a January 2nd in Southern California, 38-3, a red-hot offense directed by Rick Neuheisel. 1st down at the 21 of UCLA. And it's Cephas right into the strength of the Illinois defense for 5 more before Ron Baum, number 94, can make the stop.
Strategy now for UCLA, simply run the football, run out the clock, keep it in bounds, try and keep your 1st downs going, but mostly just keep that clock turning. And looks like Cephas may have hurt himself on that last play, Dick, heading for the sideline.
The Illini, who allowed the opponents less than 100 yards rushing per game, and Cephas almost has that total himself this afternoon. Kevin Nelson cutting back inside to about the 27-yard line, where it will be 3rd down, about 3. Tony Scarcelli. Don Thorpe made the tackle.
Dick, even though this has been a very disappointing game for the Illinois team, they brought 95 players out. Normally you travel with about 60, but they brought the whole team. They brought the red shirts as well. And even in a losing experience, they really have had a good time out here. It's something that they will remember. But I think if you could put your head on the sideline with them right now, they're thinking about next year already. And on the UCLA sideline, not only proud of today, but they're thinking about next year. You know, they've got a lot of fine red shirts waiting to get a chance to get some action. And the way they played today, they're going to be tough next year.
Well, there's one of them who'll be back. Carl Durrell, just a sophomore, had 21 catches during the year. Has had a big Rose Bowl game. Keith Taylor made the stop. Durrell in this contest now with 5 catches, 61 yards, 2 touchdowns. Steve Bono will inherit the quarterback duties from Rick Neuheisel, and Bono, a highly recruited player out of Pennsylvania, a prep All-America. He'll be a senior next year. The underdogs won 2 of the 3 games today, and very nearly the 3rd. Pittsburgh lost when favored Ohio State scored in the final minute. The Orange Bowl will be next. We're going to go to NFL 83 or New York Control 83 for this report. The call for you from the Orange Bowl. Neuheisel wide open on this side, but he overshoots Danny Andrews. He had his back swinging into the flat, and that'll bring up 3rd down for UCLA and about 7.
Controlled pass, virtually a long handoff. Well thrown. Neuheisel, as we said earlier, an accurate passer, has thrown it extremely well during the entire day. Andrews coming in motion, gets to the outside. He's just going to get a little toss here, a little eager to get away. Goes up. That ball was thrown high. Let's backtrack just a little. Had to go up after it. Not the best pass that Neuheisel was throwing today.
Rushing yardage, UCLA 197. Illinois 12 yards against the Bruin defense. 3rd and 7 for Neuheisel. Under a rush. And he gets it to Young, who is out of bounds. No catch. Young did not have 1 foot down. He thought he did, but was out of bounds. And on 4th down, the Bruins will have to punt it away.
Well, in the battle between the Illinois defense and Neuheisel, they put the pressure squarely on him. And he has responded in championship form.
Well, we mentioned that this game going around the world, much less these great United States, our Atlantic fleet, Azores, Belgium, Canada, Finland, Juha Paiva. Buried is Passmore at the 30-yard line of Illinois. Trailing 38-9 and 9:26 remaining in the fourth and final period. The Illini have the ball after a 36-yard punt by Volunteers. The theme of this tournament of Roses, a tremendous parade again this morning. The Rose Bowl game, not as close as many thought and hoped for, especially those who cheered the Illini. But nevertheless, what a spectacular day. And for those of you who have never had the opportunity, if you come out here for the Rose Bowl game, don't miss the whole show. The parade's part of the package, and unbelievably exciting. Trudeau unable to find his tight end, Tim Brewster. Here are the rest of the folks that we wish a Happy New Year to around the world from Pasadena. A lot of men and women, Americans who are far from home, especially want to salute. Hope we've given you a little taste of Americana.
We have a taste of a beautiful California day. I have never seen one as pretty, or any prettier at least.
No humidity, 84 degrees.
We have a dead ball, personal foul, unsportsmanlike conduct on Illinois.
Yeah, we hope we don't get into that sort of thing. The emotions of these young men.
A lot of frustration down there. There's no question about that.
9:20 left, which may be an eternity for Illinois. Back at their 15-yard line. 2nd and 25. Trudeau sacked at the 7-yard line. Down he goes again. And with those yards subtracted from the rushing total for the Illini, they're going to be in the minus pool again. Chris Block, the nose guard, number 78 from Valencia, junior, made the tackle.
Day turns even more frustrating for Illinois. Backed up now almost to their end zone.
Well, the Illini 3-0 in the Rose Bowl prior to this encounter. They had won with that Buddy Young team that we'd seen here earlier. Won again in 52. William Tate was their runner, and then Jim Grabowski, and the Illini won in 64. Williams kissed by Sanchez at the 10-yard line, and that'll bring up 4th down. Lupe Sanchez. Mike Young, the wide receiver, and so was Juan Mospar, the #1 draft pick in California. All went to the same high school in Visalia up in the San Joaquin Valley. That must have been quite a club. Sanchez goes back now to return the punt. Chris Sigourney in his own end zone. He'll kick from about the goal line. Sanchez at the 48 and out of bounds right there. 7 minutes, 55 seconds remaining in this 1984.
It's the great spectacle that it is, and certainly have enjoyed it. Wish the football game could have been a little tighter, Dick, but it's been great football from the UCLA side of the field. And I wonder, there are some people around who got to eat a little crow. Talked about the fact that UCLA didn't belong in this game. They weren't the best team in the Pac-10. That Washington should have been here. That some of the other teams in the Pac-10 should have been here. Well, UCLA certainly has silenced those critics today.
Yeah, that's quite an answer they've offered Illinois. Well, UCLA may have had the toughest early schedule in all of football this year when you consider the teams they lost to in those first 4. Nebraska went unbeaten. BYU lost only 1. Georgia beat Texas today. They lost only 1. Neuheisel has a man open. Bergman. And had the pass been longer, that was a touchdown, and Bergman knew it. He's down at the 20-yard line. David Edwards made the stop. That ties the Rose Bowl record. That was the 69th pass attempt.
And I don't think that's a pass that Mike White or his staff or the players on the Illini side of the field will forget. Score 38-9. You're going deep for more. Maybe ask a question about that one, Dick.
Well, that may have been just for Bergman's sake, the tight end in his last game from Canoga Park, California. He's been a great star for this UCLA team. He's had 2 excellent Rose Bowls. He was one of the bright spots in the win last year for UCLA. Whoop, that might be a fumble by Tennell. They're still scrambling for it as the freshman fullback lost possession. Who's got it? UCLA. Boy, the ball, not that they needed the breaks, but the ball certainly has bounced just right for UCLA and not for that man and his team.
Mike White's got to be saying, what do I have to do to get a break around here? There's no question that UCLA has been the dominant team on the field, but they have had their share of the breaks and then some.
Did you see that scoreboard? It says Caltech and MIT. I wonder how that got on there. Some shenanigans. You know, every year those Caltech people do something. Look at, they've got the scoreboard wired. They got a little free publicity. Well, why not? Remember the one year they even got to the card section and spelled out Caltech. Was it the UCLA or USC card section? They stole the cards and the directions so that students, unbeknownst to them, as they put up the cards, spelled out Caltech. Well, they got on the scoreboard. Wasn't it last year that they actually buried something under the turf here at the Rose Bowl?
They had a balloon that was going to go up, a little exploding thing to open up on the ground and a balloon to go up in the air. Ken Cruz warming up on the sideline. They say that young man, talented enough to be playing and starting in a lot of situations, but happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time behind Jack Trudeau.
Another Californian. He's from San Francisco. 3rd and short. That'll be another first down. Danny Andrews inside the 10-yard line. Well, this one is not in doubt. It'll be UCLA winning here. The question remains, will it be Nebraska or Miami? National championship at stake. Let's go to the Orange Bowl.
Heisman winner Mike Rozier getting set to lead #1 Nebraska against Miami for the national championship on a big night at the Orange Bowl that features a very special halftime show. Be with us right now. Back to the Rose Bowl in Pasadena.
Thank you, Don. We'll all look forward to that one.
Dick, I've been in that Rose Bowl when that game was held a little bit, as this one is, and those people get a little rough down there.
That's right. We were there. There's another touchdown for UCLA. Brian Wiley, the junior fullback from Harbor City, California. And it's frosting for UCLA, and it may be mud in the eyes of Mike White.
Rose Bowl record, the most points scored, 49. Michigan versus Stanford, 1902. Michigan.
They did it again.
Yep. Michigan versus USC, 1948.
That was that great Bob Chappius, Jack Weisenberger, Bump Elliott team, Dominic Tomasi, man, Fritz Chrysler's club that they said was too small. Won 49-0. Extra point by Lee. And apparently the people here at the Rose Bowl recognizing the MIT Caltech tag, they're going up there trying to correct it. Flag is down on the extra point.
Losing their cool down there on the field.
He'll be back. Or Illinois, 45-9, UCLA leads. Well, it's a long-distance revenge in the very first meeting between the Big Ten and the Pac-10. It was Illinois thumping UCLA 45-14, and that was a year when UCLA was unbeaten. They wanted an unbeaten Army team to come out here, and they said, Illinois, we don't want the Big Ten champion or representative. Illinois had lost a couple of games, and the Illini and Buddy Young, Julie Reikovich made the Bruins swallow those words, 45-14. And to repeat the comment earlier, 12 victories out of the first 13 games to the Big Ten. Then they went 5-5 in the 60s, and with a win today, the Pac-10 will have won 13 of the last 15, and after 38 years, dead even, 19-19 for these two great conferences.
And for Mike White on the sideline, he's got to begin to feel that this game against UCLA is a jinx. He'll be 0-7 against UCLA. He's done very well, interestingly enough, against USC. But UCLA doesn't give him the trouble.
In fact, he said, you know, we beat SC a couple of times to put UCLA in the bowl. In fact, it was that 75 bowl, I believe, that UCLA came here only because Cal had defeated SC during the regular season. Well, one thing we're going to have is a new record in the Rose Bowl for most passes because they're tied now, and you figure Illinois will have to throw it.
I did never think we'd see that record broken.
Whoops. Did he step out of bounds? No. Joe Miles, 20, 30. He hustles out to the 31-yard line. Crawford made the tackle for UCLA. 27-yard return. The scoreboard clock and scoreboard not operative. So when Caltech did their little trick to put their name up in lights, apparently when they corrected it, they lost the whole system. There's Chris Jenner. He's number 2, the third-string quarterback, a junior. He is the man who signals in the plays. I want to talk a little bit about him because he represents something else very special. Incomplete is Ken Cruz, who is now the quarterback for Illinois, and that sets the record, the 70th pass of the game. Wait, UCLA saying that they intercepted that. No, this is just a chance for UCLA to bring out the starting defense. They get a hand as they go out. Terry Donahue, complete substitution, 11 new men in the game.
And they deserve that hand. They have indeed. Even though the points show up in the offensive total, it's been defensive dominance that has set them up with field position and kept Illinois grounded all day long.
2nd and 10. Cruz, a junior. Down he goes by the shirt tail. Well, the second team, Mark Whalen. Well, he's not been a second unit performer today. Forced into the starting lineup because of the food poisoning. Starter David Randall didn't suit up, and Whalen has had a whale of a football game. He's got a couple himself, plus a fumble recovery. No, forced the fumble. Third down, 11. He's in trouble. Flags down. Cruz gets it away. Incomplete to Miles.
That's a shame. Brian Ward, number 79, threw himself at the heels. Defensive of one of the defensive linemen who got away from him, of course, ends up with a penalty.
Well, Chris Jenner, we were talking about him earlier, and we want to salute this man because he represents the athletes who make All-America academically. This young man, a junior, is an all-A student in his 3 years, nothing but A's as a pre-med chemistry major. He's already been accepted in Johns Hopkins Medical School, and just want to salute Jenner. His man hasn't played today, did not see much duty or any duty this year behind the likes of Trudeau and Cruz. Nevertheless, an integral part of this team, and certainly someone that all of Illinois is proud of as a student.
He's in the final running for the Rhodes Scholarship, too. For a Rhodes Scholarship. Was not selected this year, but has the opportunity to apply next year.
The punt return is fumbled, and if it goes the way the game has, UCLA will have recovered it. Still scrambling underneath that pile for possession. No, Illinois comes up with the football. A flag is down, but Illinois' Jim Juriga has the football. Now let's see how they untangle things.
Interference with the opportunity to catch Illinois.
Well, they just haven't had a break. As you can see, we don't know how much time there is left in the game. We would guess around 3 minutes left. We do know the score, 45-9 UCLA. Maybe they burned out all the electricity here. They got to pay the bill.
A little bit merciful for the Illinois players and fans who don't have to look up and feel the unpleasantness of that score. Dick Butkus here with us at halftime, very unhappy then. I'm sure he's even more unhappy now.
But a terrific fans. You look, a lot of folks have left, but you look down in this left corner and you can still see all the orange shirts. The Illini folks have stayed to the end, and it's great to have them out here. They've been out here. More tickets were needed by them. There were 25, 30,000, they say, and they only had 20,000 tickets. And they've been great fans. I know they're disappointed, but they've shown their support royally.
And they've had a great year. 10-1 on the regular season. They're finally back to where they know they can compete. And that has to be exciting for them.
Bob Garibaldi, that's a familiar name for you. It's because that name was a Major League Baseball pitcher. In fact, his dad was still a basketball official.
Dick, I think even though someone tinkered with the scoreboard, I think perhaps it was Illinois that unplugged it. they turned it to black. Maybe Dick Butkus got up there and turned out the lights.
3:35. Where's Don Meredith when we need him, huh? At the Illini 49, Bono the quarterback. Dragged down number 33, Greg Francois. There's Bono. He'll be the man next year. He had a terrific game against BYU here in the Rose Bowl, 37-35 loss, but rolled up some big numbers, almost all of those numbers from the one game. Then early in the Stanford contest that followed, injured the shoulder. That allowed Rick Neuheisel to come back, and Neuheisel and the Bruins did just that. They came back winning 6 of their last 7, taking the Pac-10 conference, and certainly showing they deserve to be here against the Big Ten champion this afternoon. Bono, Thorpe, and loaded that.
Twice in a row, Thorpe's been on top of the quarterback, and a lot of players here getting a look from pro scouts who are drooling over the opportunity of having a chance to draft them. Marv Levy was out looking at some of the players. He's got some of them back in Chicago to play for him. A number of the other pro scouts.
There's the answer to a Rose Bowl trivia quiz. The only man to play in the Rose Bowl and win, the only man to be an assistant coach and win, and a head coach. Terry Donahue. The Bruins were 0-5 till Donahue came along as a 195-pound defensive tackle. That was that 14-12 win, upset over #1 Michigan State back in 1966. Flag down. Bono. Apparently they ran into Bono, the kicker. And with that would come, depending on whether it was roughing the kicker or running into the kicker, a 5-yard penalty, which would not be a first down, or a 15-yard, which would carry the first down. Here it is again.
Chance to see it for yourselves. It's Joe Miles, captain of the special teams, knew instantly that if he hadn't touched the ball, he was in trouble. And they're going to mark the big one.
So that carries the first down. Everything that could go wrong for Illinois and right for the Bruins had.
Roughing the kicker, Illinois, automatic first down.
2 minutes and 22 seconds left. UCLA 45, Illinois 9. Earlier today, a big upset in the Cotton Bowl. Georgia knocked off previously unbeaten Texas 10-9, and Ohio State here on NBC in the Fiesta defeated Pittsburgh 28-23 on a last-minute touchdown pass. Nebraska and Miami are waiting. Stay in bounds. Oh my, out he goes, and the game continues on. We got about 2 minutes left. David Norrie is the new quarterback, number 9, as Terry Donahue giving him a chance to see some Rose Bowl duty. Well, yesterday we were at the Coliseum, and the Raiders devoured the Steelers, a lopsided game. And today was UCLA waiting for Illinois.
Call it an ambush, don't they, Rick?
This is like one of those Johnny Wooden basketball runs where they'd outscore the opposition 20-0. Just take a game apart early, and that's what the Bruin offense did. They led at the half 28-3, and the second half has been academic. It's been all UCLA. Norrie, the quarterback. Garibaldi, the ball carrier. Terry Donahue, 39 years of age, 8 years now for Donahue at UCLA. This will be his 62nd win, only 26 defeats. Back-to-back Rose Bowl championships. That's never happened to UCLA. Francois goes out of bounds again. But he's been taught well. A -6. Have a moment, a chance to thank those who have helped us in the booth. Dennis Mnuchin, Chuck Panama, Jack Prote, Arthur Hoffman, Art Hallbold, Joe Costanza, our statistician. Phil Olson, second set of eyes for us as well. Well, he wants to get ready to catch that Nebraska-Miami game, perhaps.
Their big day just about to end, too.
New quarterback Matt Stevens. Terry Donahue is going to give everyone in uniform apparently a chance to play a down. Garibaldi carried, and Illinois takes over on downs. There's the Queen, some of the members of her court. Glorious day for those young ladies, and well, these last month or so since they were selected. It's going to be all happiness on the west side of Los Angeles. Terry Donahue bringing back another Rose Bowl win. Not quite as dramatic as last year. Remember that shot we had of him throwing his headphones in the air when he knew he finally had the win. We accused him of practicing throwing those headphones up and catching them on his head right in position, but he denies that. There's a whale of a head coach at only 39, already 8 years of experience. Replaced Dick Vermeil after Vermeil won the Rose Bowl, went to Philadelphia, coached the Eagles, and Donahue took over. Less than a minute to go. Cruz, the Illini quarterback, going long for Passmore. Number 2, Herb Welch there to cover for UCLA.
Yeah, a lot of young men will be able to say at least they had a chance to play in this game anyway.
That's right. Now here's some people who played very hard. When the games aren't close, that's when these folks do their toughest work. And producer Mike Spencer, producer of football. Today's game was produced by Larry Cirillo and directed by the incomparable Harry Coyle. Yeah, that one's going to be too long for everyone. Now Cruz showing the strength of arm. Harry Coyle, our director. Ray Fogelski, technical director. Ray Benassi, our associate director. All the rest of the folks who started things with the pre-game right through the post-game. They all send their best from Pasadena. We hope to see you out here. Part of a New Year's celebration someday.
Miami and Nebraska got to be just revving them up down there, waiting for a chance to start, Dick.
We are. Number 1, Nebraska. They fell behind UCLA early in the season and then just whipped the Bruins like everyone else. It was 10-0 in the second quarter, but the final score was 42-10. Complete to Williams at the 50. Surrounded. He stays inbounds. That might be the final play. A scoreboard clock not working. Terry Donahue even got some action. Didn't want any of that.
They'll be keeping the official time on the field. Our only indication will be from the officials.
Now we're going to have to get some suntan oil for those camera people who are out in brilliant sunshine today. 27 seconds is the call. 27 seconds left. Cruz to Williams. He's out of bounds at the 35 of UCLA. About 20 seconds left. That's a 13-yard play. Well, it was Rick Neuheisel, and it completes somewhat of a Cinderella story. Not good enough to be recruited to a major university on his own. Walked onto the UCLA campus because he always liked UCLA. Came from Tempe, Arizona. Ties a Rose Bowl record with 4 touchdown passes. Had 10 completions in a row in the first half. And the Illini could not stop his arm. We were picking an MVP. That'd be the man. There's an interception for the Bruins and a little frosting on the cake. Number 31, Doug Donatelli. His uncle, the umpire, Augie. And it's strike 3 for Illinois.
There goes Donahue onto the shoulders. And he's earned a ride off the field. A painful day for this man.
For Mike White, another year, and you have the feeling that what he's done at Illinois in just 4 short years to get the Illini an unbeaten Big Ten championship, he'll be back. So the final score of this 1984 Rose Bowl, an impressive win for the Bruins of UCLA. Pac-10 and better even at 19. The final 45-9.